Tonight from U.S. Cellular Field in Chicago, the Red Sox go for the series win over the White Sox here in Game 3 before the Sox move on to face the Yankees in New York on what is an historic night here in Chicago. Great to have you with us, Dave O'Brien, Steve Lyons. Good evening, everybody. Indeed, history is being made tonight because for the first time in Major League history, 4 first-place clubs will play in the same city on the same night, because the Nationals are over on the north side to take on the Cubs. And White Sox and Red Sox both in first place. Last night, Red Sox getting back into the lead in the division, Steve. Xander Bogaerts with 3 big hits.
He's been a big part of it, and it's hard for him to go unnoticed in that lineup with what he's been able to do. Hitting the ball all over the place. He's hit or got on base via the walk in 13 straight. He's in the top 5 in the American League in doubles, but we know he loves to go the other way, so he drives it down the line right there in his first at-bat. And then the White Sox know that too, so they tried to jam him the rest of the night. All he did was get 2 hits to left field, 3 hits on the night, also walked. I mean, this is a guy that's doing everything you want a number 3 hitter to do right now.
Did all of last season, doing it again with all these multi-hit games. So later on tonight, we'll also be joined by the Commissioner of Major League Baseball. Rob Manfred will be in our booth in the 3rd inning. And the baseball will go to Henry Owens. The left-hander is on the mound tonight, trying to secure the series victory here over the Chicago White Sox. That's coming up in just a moment. It's a chilly night, but the Sox going for the series victory against the White Sox here on NESN. On NESN is brought to you by BuyAToyota.com, Toyota's website for deals. By Dunkin' Donuts, America runs on Dunkin'. By Subaru Retailers of New England, supplying award-winning all-wheel drive vehicles throughout New England. By DraftKings, the official one-day fantasy baseball partner of your Boston Red Sox. By the 2017 Kia Sportage. Visit anykiadealers.com to learn more. By Digital Federal Credit Union, see what DCU can save you. And by Southwest Airlines, transparency, low fares, and nothing to hide. Red Sox and the White Sox to wrap up this 3-game series as the road trip will continue on to New York. Great to have you with us at U.S. Cellular Field. Temperature is going to be in the 40s tonight, but a very clear evening here on the south side of Chicago. And just moments ago, David Ortiz was honored after what he did last night. I'm surprised they did, because Big Papi, he broke their backs last night with his home run, number 509, absolutely crushing it. Rodon, the left-hander, was the first time he had ever allowed a home run to a left-handed batter. David now 1 behind Carl Yastrzemski on the Red Sox all-time home run list. They presented him a very nice gift right before the game, and of course this is the farewell tour for Big Papi, so each city he's playing in for the last time, he gets out there and they give him a terrific gift. This time Chris Sale brought out a humidor filled with very expensive cigars.
The humidor actually made by former White Sox outfielder Ron Kittle as well. Lots of nice cigars in there. It is a smoke-free zone, however, here.
Yes, so he can't try them right at this moment. And David addressing the crowd here in Chicago just moments ago.
Thank you very much to the White Sox organization. Thank you very much to you fans for the support through the years. Thank you.
Signs with a lot of Red Sox Nation being represented here on the south side tonight. Tip of the cap as well. Big Papi in the lineup, batting fourth as the designated hitter. He'll do it again against Chicago in just a few moments. Game 3 coming up here from the south side. Baseball on NESN is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By BuyAToyota.com, Toyota's website for deals. By Sullivan Tire and Auto Service. And by your New England Audi dealers. Well, the White Sox have taken the field. They're in first place. Red Sox in first place. Everybody in Chicago is in first place tonight.
Feels like a great day to be here.
Yeah. A little bit of history here. Happy Cinco de Mayo to you as we get things underway. And a look at the Red Sox lineup brought to you by BuyAToyota.com, Toyota's website for deals. Mookie Betts will lead it off in right. Dustin Pedroia at second. Xander Bogaerts at short. Then David Ortiz, followed by Hanley Ramirez back in there at first. Travis Shaw at third. Brock Holt in left with Ryan Hannigan catching. Jackie Bradley was a late decision to get back in there, but he's in center field and batting ninth. And the starting pitcher is the right-hander Eric Johnson, making his 2016 debut. The White Sox designating longtime starter John Danks for assignment Tuesday, so Johnson gets the first shot at filling that spot in the rotation.
All right, checking into the White Sox defense now, brought to you by DraftKings. Around the infield, it's Frazier, Rollins, Laurie, and Abreu over there at first base. In the outfield, Melky, Austin, and Adam. Around left to right, and Sanchez making just his second start of the season behind the plate, and Eric Johnson just recently called back up, gets the start on the mound.
Tonight's umpire is brought to you by ToyotaCertified.com. That's Paul Emmel behind the plate. Jordan Baker at first, Mike Everett at second, Tim Timmons at third base. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your TV remote. SAP presented by ToyotaCertified.com. Search for your factory back Toyota certified used vehicle right now. It's good to know the factory has your back. And a look at the forecast tonight. It's going to be clear and a little chilly. Right now 55, not too bad. Bit of a breeze in from center, about 9 miles per hour. And ready to go is Johnson, a right-hander, delivers. And it's strike one to Mookie Betts. Mookie 1 for 5 last night. He's 1 for 9 in the series. Johnson's a quick worker, just like everybody else on this staff. They get it and throw it.
I like that. Keeps things moving, that's for sure. Of course, if you're not throwing the ball very well, the other team will let you know about it too.
The 0-2 bounced up there. Johnson called up from AAA Charlotte. They have other options should he falter here tonight, like the veteran Miguel Gonzalez. They might take a look at him. That is in there for strike 3. Caught him looking.
Now, Mookie didn't like it, and it seemed to be a late called third strike call right there, but he got it anyway.
It looked like Sanchez pulled it back.
Yeah, there you go. You're talking about framing pitches and presenting pitches. Catches it, grab it back into the zone. That didn't have to be a strike, that's for darn sure.
Here's Dustin Pedroia checking in at 310. And a high fly ball that's deep to left field. That one might go. Cabrera all the way to the wall. And it is into the bullpen and a home run. Dustin Pedroia with number 4. The Red Sox take a quick lead. He jumped all over that baby.
You make a big mistake with Petey if you think he's just going to be a number 2 stepping up there and won't ambush you on that first pitch fastball. Throw it in there, he'll hit it. Oh, that is wheelhouse for Petey. That is a thing of beauty right there. Launch this ball into left.
And the Sox in front just like that, 1-0. Here's the red hot Xander Bogaerts. Speedway is proud to be New England's first choice for value and convenience. And for every Red Sox homer this season, Speedway donates $500 to Boston Children's Hospital. Stop by a Speedway store near you and pick up your Speedway rewards card and earning points today, as that one is fouled back.
Well, you talk about traits of good ball clubs. Red Sox have now scored in the first inning in 10 of their last 15 games. Boy, that'll really get you off to a good start.
Starter becomes your best friend. Xander hitting .321. Last night was his 5th 3-hit game of the season. So a 6-game hitting streak. And 11 for 24 on that.
He's got on in 13 straight games, either by hit or by walk. He was just so locked in last night. As you take a look at the David Ortiz final appearance here.
Cut on and missed, and down he goes. So Big Papi will bat with the bases empty, 2 down, 1-0 Red Sox. I think the home run he hit last night was in the air twice as long as the speech he just made to the fans here in Chicago.
Yeah. He hits the ball a long way, but his acceptance speeches are short and sweet.
Yes. And for fans here, their last chance to see him. This is the only trip the Red Sox will make to face the White Sox in Chicago. David, number 509 last night, tying him with Gary Sheffield for 25th all time. But he also pulled within 1 home run of tying Carl Yastrzemski for 2nd on the Red Sox home run list. Line shot into the corner. Eaton on the run, can't get it. Onto the warning track, he scoops it up, and Big Papi has a base hit. And that will get the inning to Hanley Ramirez.
His pitch recognition is just so good, superior. Saw him take the very first pitch of that at bat, a big breaking ball, just spit on it, decided he didn't want to hit that pitch. He picked one out and hit it hard.
Hanley was a late scratch last night because of flu-like symptoms. He had ripped his first home run in a month on Tuesday night, a solo shot to right. Back in there this evening. Jackie Bradley was a late decision for the lineup tonight, but he gets back in there with a red hot bat. He's hit safely in 10 in a row. Jammed that finger, ring finger on his right hand, while diving back to third base last night. A strike.
Johnson's going to have to prove he can keep pitching the ball like he threw that pitch right there. On the corners, in and out. Doesn't have great velocity. He's not going to throw it by anybody. He tops out about 92. Best out pitch is his slider.
1 ball and 2 strikes. The word is that they are looking at they're going to scout Giants pitcher Tim Lincecum in Arizona when he pitches on Friday, and think about maybe a deal for him if they like what they see.
He's got that big workout in front of everybody who wants to see him pitch.
But for the moment, the once highly touted Johnson gets the opportunity. Ortiz at first, 2 down.
Ooh.
That one nearly got by Sanchez.
Sanchez not noted as a great catch and throw guy behind the plate, so if the Red Sox get their speed guys on, you should expect them to run. Big Papi probably not going anywhere.
Of course, he does have a stolen base.
Yes, he does.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. The 26-year-old from California fires. Check swing. Did he offer? No, he didn't, says Jordan Baker. So Hanley able to check, and it's 3-2.
Clutch right there, being able to hold off on that swing, run it to 3-2, and maybe get yourself a better pitch to hit right here.
Hanley has hit safely in 8 consecutive games. The 3-2. There goes Big Papi, and that will miss for ball 4. So Hanley has a nice at bat. Runners at first and second now for Travis Shaw. The Sox may not be done scoring here in the first inning. Travis hitting .302, 3 homers, 17 RBIs.
Shaw's a threat to drive someone in when he falls out of bed. A couple guys out there right now, not the fleetest of foot, but hit a gap right here. You could score both of them.
Travis delighted to see a right-hander. This is a White Sox staff loaded with lefties, and he cuts and misses for strike 1.
I would think Shaw's thought process right here in this at bat is that the White Sox would try to stay away from him. I'm not sure that they want to come in hard to a guy like Travis Shaw, who could put one into the right field seats and make it a 4-0 lead. I think they would want him to beat him going the other way.
He did not chase. 1 ball and 1 strike, just off the edge.
Right now, Johnson's not getting any benefit of the doubt. He's been all around the zone, but they said that's one of his problems. Sometimes he doesn't want to throw strikes.
The 1-1. That's a strike at 92. So he jumps ahead of Shaw. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Okay.
Travis without a hit in the series. He is 0 for 6. And the 1-2. Cut on and missed. He got him. Strike 3. Winds up with 3 strikeouts in the inning. But Dustin Pedroia gets Johnson. He jumps all over this one for his 4th home run of the season. The solo drive makes it 1-0. The Red Sox have the lead for Henry Owens. The lead 1-0 here over the White Sox, and the White Sox lineup is brought to you by your New England Chevy dealers. Adam Eaton will lead it off. Then Jimmy Rollins and Jose Abreu. Todd Frazier has 7 home runs. Melky Cabrera behind him. Brett Lawrie is at second. Avisail Garcia is the DH with Hector Sanchez doing the catching, and Austin Jackson is in center field. Red Sox starting pitcher presented by your New England Audi dealers. That is Henry Owens. No wins or losses, a .482 ERA.
Pretty good start his last time out. Checking into the guys that catch the ball for the Red Sox, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Shaw, Bogarts, Pedroia, and Ramirez around the infield. Checking in the outfield, Brock Holt back in the lineup. JBJ with the swollen fingers out there in center field. Mookie Betts in right. And Henry Owens is going to pitch to Ryan Hanigan this evening.
Eaton to lead it off, hitting .283. The Red Sox kept him off base last night. He was 0 for 4. He was on base 3 times Tuesday when the White Sox won, so he's a big key for them. White Sox coming in at 19-9. The looper poke foul. Shaw on the run but can't get to it. And even with their loss last night, they hold the best record in the American League, as do the Cubs in the National League.
It's an exciting day for baseball in the city of Chicago.
As mentioned in our open, first time in the history of baseball in any city that 4 first-place teams will play in the same city on the same night.
It's pretty amazing when you think of some of the cities that great teams play out of. New York, San Francisco area, LA.
Yep, never happened until tonight. The White Sox have spent 24 days in first place compared to a total of 11 over the last 3 seasons. Washington and the Cubs underway over at Wrigley. Here comes the 1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Eaton.
You know, one of the other reasons why that's never happened is that it is rare to have the White Sox and the Cubs play home games on the same day. Usually if one team's at home, the other one is out of town.
The Yankees and Orioles are playing right now. They're scoreless in the 5th inning. Big breaking ball hammered for a base hit. So Eaton's on. He waited on that pitch and slaps a single.
Very observant right there. That's what I was looking at too. He just looked like he hesitated his swing, recognized breaking ball, slowed everything down. Watch, he now we know. Absolutely just stopped and then started again when he realized that it was going to be a breaking ball. Got it done. Hit it right in the 2-hole over there for a base hit.
Now Jimmy Rollins was one of the White Sox who grabbed a microphone and addressed the crowd to congratulate David Ortiz on his tremendous career before the game. Getting .235 with 1 home run. One of the things that Jimmy said was, everybody in baseball loves you except for the pitchers.
Yeah.
Jose Abreu on deck. Rollins has been a terrific player in his career. He was the National League MVP in 2007 with the Philadelphia Phillies. That one off the mid of Hanigan. That'll go to the backstop. Racing into second, stopping there, Eaton. That'll be ruled a wild pitch.
You see that ball just tail on Hanigan just a little bit. He can't get over there and get it. You got to think that this White Sox team will be aggressive on the base pass. You would have figured Eaton may have attempted a stolen base. Now he's already on second base. Takes you out of the double play.
So a man in scoring position for Rollins. He indicates bunt, but it's a little bit high. In all honesty, I wonder about Ryan Hanigan not facing a guy on the mound tonight, not getting to catch the knuckleball, and how much that makes a difference that the next time you come out to work, it's not moving all over the place like that, because that looked fairly catchable. Loop foul, 2-1. Just gets so used to it going every which way, sideways, up and down.
I mean, obviously now he's kind of doing his real day job.
Yep.
Catching someone who throws the ball normally. There's Steven Wright. You know, I mean, for all the good things Ryan Hanigan does behind the plate, as far as his play calling ability and blocking ability, his side-to-side movement isn't great.
2-1 runner goes, and no throw. Diving into third base with the theft is Eaton. Got a great jump.
He got a great jump because Henry Owens didn't look at him again. You can't just one look every runner, especially when we just talked about how aggressive Eaton will be on the bases. This is an easy stolen base. You got to stop him. You see him just keep getting a jump lead there, and Henry never looked back at him twice.
Count 3-1 on Rollins. Runner at third base, nobody out, and waved at and missed.
If you're a base stealer, a lot of times what you try to do is see if the pitcher will fall into a habit. Like he's going to one look me. Every time he comes to the set, he'll look at me and then pitch. And if you can get a little walking lead like Eaton did, if he doesn't stop you, you just keep going.
Here's the 3-2 to Rollins. With an offer, and it's outside ball 4. That, of course, has been a big issue for the lefty. And puts him on the corners for the very dangerous Jose Abreu. And he has been a hot hitter. He had a 2-run homer in the first inning last night. He's hitting .255 with 4 homers. He's driven in 19 runs. Red Sox will concede that run at third base if they can turn a double play. And the 23-year-old left-hander from California. Breaking ball, hammer to third, up with it Shaw. He'll gone to second, runner coming in to score, throw to first, and a double play. So that's exactly what happens as Eaton scores to tie the game on the twin killing.
Eaton was not going right away. Watch him in your picture. Stops. Then Shaw turns the double play, and now Eaton's off to the races to score. He was not going when the ball was hit. He doesn't want to run into an out right there. You give Shaw the opportunity to throw him out at home instead of taking the twin killing.
So tied up 1-1. Frazier will get in now, hitting just .206, but he does have the 7 home runs, and a curveball starts him for strike 1. The Red Sox pretty much kept him in check. One ball and 1 strike. Henry showed signs of progress in his last outing against the Yankees on Friday after going just 3 1/3 against the Houston Astros. He hung in there for 6 innings against the Yankees in a Red Sox 4-2 victory. He allowed a leadoff single to Eaton and eventually comes on in to score. Here's the 2-1. That dips down and in.
You know the power numbers are always going to be there for Frazier. It's odd to see the numbers as low as they are right now. In a little bit of a tailspin, 1 for his last 18.
3-1 in there for a called strike. All filled up on Frazier.
Don't give him anything to pull.
Yeah, that's exactly what he wants to do. The 3-2, and he walked him. So he's walked 2 here in the first inning. This continues to be an issue for the lefty.
Yeah, I mean, so many 3-2 counts. You got to get early contact out of these guys. Make them swing the bat, especially early. Throw a strike.
So here's Melky Cabrera, 287 with a pair of homers and 8 runs batted in. And another first pitch strike. Owens has now worked 10 innings for the Red Sox. And he's walked 9 men. That one swung and fouled back. And Hannigan would like to pay a mound visit.
Well, that just catches up with you. You just cannot walk that many hitters. We talked about it the other night about pitching. It's fine to throw a hitter the pitch he's looking for as long as you throw it in a different location than he's looking for.
Now, one of the things that Clay Buchholz showed everybody last night is what a fine pitcher he is when he attacks. An outstanding effort by Clay as he went 7, fouled back to the screen, but kind of a different look for him. I would say this, it felt like an older version of Clay Buchholz, the guy who went 12-1, the guy who won 17 games.
Well, he's always has the ability to go out and pitch the way he did last night. Somehow, sometimes it just doesn't click for him. That was pretty sweet what he did last night under a ton of pressure to do it.
And I've got it picked off over at first base. Frazier now in a rundown. Bad throw there, back to the bag, and he is going to be safe. And that started because Hanley's throw to Dustin Pedroia was offline.
Well, this is one of the first times that Hanley's been in this situation as a first baseman. He may throw this ball too quickly. See, he's going to get rid of it and then makes a bad throw. But Frazier had already stopped and was thinking about coming back to first. So at that point, you got to just keep running him. Shorten that distance before you let the ball go. One of those learning experiences for Hanley that just don't come up very often. It's a brand new position for him.
So the White Sox catch a break. Cabrera still up there. And the 0-2. Pop foul. Back out of play. Cabrera started the season very hot, hitting .344 in his first 18 games, but he has slumped since then, going 7 for 38.
Frazier's doing the same thing to Henry Owens that Eaton did to him at second base. He's getting a walking lead, and he tried to just guess that he was going to go home. Henry threw over and had him picked off. See him walk off.
1-2. This one tied up in the first inning, 1-1. Owens has walked 2 men, and he's uncorked a wild pitch. So a rocky start for the left-hander.
Frazier will get a modest lead until he thinks Henry's about ready to throw the ball, and then he starts creeping off of there.
Hard ground ball. Bogarts lays out for it. He has it to second. He got the out. He continues to play a tremendous defensive shortstop. He's not committed an error all season long. But Chicago ties it 1-1 after 1. The second inning coming up here from Chicago, all even. The White Sox and the Red Sox 1-1. Delighted to be joined by the commissioner of Major League Baseball, Rob Manfred, who is with us inside the booth, at least for this moment, because he's got about 9 other visits to make. He's already had about 20 of them today. But thanks so much for making time.
I'm glad to be here. Always a pleasure to see you both.
Well, I got to ask you about David Ortiz, because you saw the ceremony, very nicely done by the White Sox. We're seeing them all over the place. But one of the great spokesmen for Major League Baseball retiring. At least that's the plan right now, and the season is over.
Well, you know, David actually came in to see me during the offseason and told me he was planning on retiring. I was really surprised. He'd been so effective last year and played great this year, but he's been a great ambassador for the game, really important to us, and obviously one of the great Red Sox of all time.
Yep, and a tremendous ceremony here tonight.
One of the things with baseball is as you watch one of the icons of the game leaving, you got to make sure that younger players, younger kids continue interest in the game. How do you do it?
Well, I think the key for us is to be competitive in the market for youth participation. You know, kids have a ton of choices, a lot of sports. It's not like when I was a kid, springtime you played baseball, right? Because that's what you had. And we have made an effort to try to increase the competitiveness of our sport. You know, we're a really safe sport that teaches great values, and we've made some nice partnerships with groups like Little League, Cal Ripken Baseball, working hard to make sure the kids choose to play baseball.
And when you say a safe sport, as Brock Holt hits that one up the middle for a base hit, do you feel like kids are going to start to move toward baseball at a younger age because parents are saying, look, football can be a dangerous game with the concussions and that sort of thing? Well,
you know, we try to avoid saying anything negative about other sports. I will say this, you know, baseball is a very, very safe game, and I think the safety of our game does appeal to parents in terms of particularly younger kids.
You know, it's a hard sport. That's the thing that I think gets kids out of the game quicker than anything else, is that they realize it gets very, very difficult to play.
It is a hard sport, and I think that one of the challenges that we're working hard on is that transition at age 12. You know, we don't even have agreement among our youth groups as to how big the field should be in that post-12-year-old age, and it's an area that we're really focused on trying to keep particularly good athletes at that point involved in the game.
Ryan Hannigan, the batter, 167, no homers, runner at first base. We're tied 1-1 as we chat with Rob Manfred, the commissioner of Major League Baseball, who actually started his day in New York today and has done about roughly 20 or 25 different interviews already, and I know you're going to be moving around, but you love this job because you'll come and watch a baseball game as soon as you do anything.
Well, this is I have the best job in the world. I tell people that all the time, and I really do mean it. I mean, think about it. You have a long day, and it involves being in the ballpark for a long time. Well, you know, how much better than that does it get? I mean, it's just it is a great opportunity to work in a game that I really love.
And one of the things we love about baseball is there's always the opportunity to see something you've never seen, and we're seeing it tonight, as Major League history has been made with 4 first-place teams in one city.
It's unbelievable. You know, the Chicago clubs, both of them, have gotten off to just a great start. Tremendous interest in baseball in this town right now, and especially having the Red Sox in and an opportunity to really play against the best in each league.
0-2 pitch will miss just outside.
I have been semi-outspoken and fairly critical at times about the replay system. I'm interested in finding out what you feel about as far as how well it's working and what tweaks are we looking at in the future.
Well, I like the fundamentals of the system. I do think there was a demand from our fans that with respect to important plays, we get it right. But what are the challenges? To me, you don't want too much replay, and we constantly monitor how often we're going to replay. We've been going more this year than we have in the past. It's something that is of concern to us. The second thing that we watch really closely is the time that it takes to complete a replay. We've also crept up on that issue a little bit, so we're thinking about these issues already. There won't be a change this year, but it'll be something we'll look at again in the off season. The trick is to review the important plays, get it right, but don't do it too often or for too darn long.
Yeah, right.
Got that. The other thing about replay, and while we have you here, it's a golden chance to ask you some of these questions, so I hope you don't mind. One thing that I would love to see, it's been a bit of an old saw for me, is that one is ripped toward the alley. Cabrera's not going to get it. That's going to bounce up against the fence. Here comes Brock Holt. He's coming around to score. No throw to the plate, and the Red Sox have the lead back. on an RBI double from Ryan Hannigan.
You can stay. You can stay for a little while with us. As long as you want.
As long as the team that I'm with is getting runs, I'm welcome, right?
That's right. Just don't go anywhere near the White Sox booth. That's all we ask. Yeah.
That's right.
Stay clear of that. Jackie Bradley up next. I want to ask you about the possibility of putting a microphone on, say, the crew chief during replays to let everybody in the ballpark know and the fan at home. I know you've discussed it. I know they've talked about it. Any chance of that happening?
I do think there's a chance that we'll get there as the umpires get more and more comfortable with the replay system. I think that the microphone is actually related to the issue that Steve and I talked about a minute ago. You know, if there was something for the fans to do during that downtime, in other words, the umpire came out and explained what was going on, it would make that downtime a little better. So I think those
and educational.
Right. And you know, right now, we're a little short on information. Let's put it that way. And it's tough in a world where people are used to, you know, being able to get at whatever kind of information they want as quickly as possible. Right.
Jackie Bradley here, 275 with a 10-game hitting streak. Nobody out. The Red Sox have retaken the lead here as that one is flared foul out of play to the left. We were talking about safety earlier. One of the things Major League Baseball has done this year is extend the netting in all ballparks, at least up until the dugout there.
Right.
And that, after a couple of things that happened, particularly last year, made all the sense in the world.
Well, I think it was a good change in terms of the recommendation that we made to the clubs. And I think it's interesting. I think the clubs acted really responsibly. They looked at their own individual design and tried to get to additional netting that would make their fans safer. Now, the flip side of that issue is what we hear from our fans that want to preserve their ability to elect to sit in a seat where they don't have netting in front of them. Those are the people we hear from. Sort of an interesting dynamic.
I think it's a really good idea. I really love the change at Fenway, for instance. And when you think about it, a lot of people say, well, I don't want to change my view of the game. But when you think about it, down through time, the best seats in the house have always had a net right in front of it. So it makes sense.
I agree with you. I agree with you. And you know, fan safety has to be our paramount concern. Nobody wants to see somebody get hurt in the ballpark.
Mookie Betts 0 for 1, struck out looking to start the game. Rob Manfred joining us inside the booth here tonight as the Red Sox have taken a 2-1 lead over the Chicago White Sox. Are you pleased with the way the season has rolled out to this point in the early days of May?
Yes, I really am. I think that we have some really great storylines going on. We talked earlier about the two Chicago teams. Really interesting storylines. The only complaint we've had so far this year is the weather's been tough on us, particularly on the East Coast.
Don't we
Tell
know
us
it,
about
it. Been awful. And just cold and bitter, but you can't do much about that.
No, all we can do is try to play. All we can do is try to play.
There were some interesting facts that were brought up to me about that, like, because people complain, well, why are two dome teams playing together at the beginning, or why is Boston not opening up on the West Coast? But you also have the fact that West Coast team, when they sell out with the Red Sox, but they would maybe rather do that in the summertime. You know, so you have to keep everybody happy with the schedule. You can't just throw everybody out there on the West Coast because it affects their dates and their attendance too.
That's exactly right. I mean, we have always balanced the number of home dates within any particular portion of the season, and it's economics. I mean, clubs generally draw better once the kids are out of school. Everybody knows that the weather's better, and the warm weather sites just don't want to have all front-loaded April dates.
All-Star game coming up in San Diego. Obviously, it used to be arbitrary who hosted the World Series, got the seventh game. Now, obviously, we know that All-Star game determines that. I don't know if that's the perfect system, but have you heard any better ideas?
Well, I mean, I think in terms of intellectual purity, you could come up with rules that, you know, either whichever league does better in interleague play, whatever team has the best overall record, those rules are appealing. But, you know, the rule we have now is really not as much about the World Series as it is about the All-Star game. I think that rule has restored the passion of the players for the play of the All-Star game. They have something that they're playing for. You watch them now, and they're up on the top step. Everybody's looking to win. They play the game like it matters, and it's helped keep the All-Star game the best All-Star game in professional sports.
And even before that, it was still the best All-Star game in professional sports. It was still the same game. It wasn't a hockey game where it's 14-12.
I agree.
It wasn't basketball where it's 170 to 166.
I think that what motivated us. And, you know, I was around through that whole era. Before we went to the change, we'd started to see a little slippage. You know, players leaving the game.
Sure.
Trying to, you know, look, they don't have much of a break to begin with. And, you know, if you play a couple innings, then you want to go. And it just doesn't look right to the fans. This kept people in the ballpark focused on winning the game. And I think we acted at a point in time before we did damage to that product.
Dustin Pedroia batting here after his home run in the first inning. Runners on at first and second, one down. The commissioner of baseball in our booth here tonight. Xander Bogaerts on deck. And Eric Johnson making his 2016 debut delivers, and that's up and in and knocks him down. They wanted an appeal at first base to see if he swung the bat. He did not, but Dustin Pedroia able to get down in a hurry.
That ball up and in, and it's riding up and in on Dustin. Generally, a player will get his head out of the way if he sees the ball. It's one of the easier things to get out of the way. When guys get hit in the head, it's generally because they lose the flight of the ball.
Does Eric Johnson understand the commissioner is with us tonight? Does he know that?
I could have handled that appeal to first base. I think it was pretty clear that was not a swing.
That was get me out of the way.
Yeah, I had that one.
Had it all the way up here. Here's the 2-1. And hammered through for a base hit. Hannigan into third. He'll stop there, and the Red Sox have the bases loaded for Xander Bogaerts. And on top 2-1. Now, in the last few weeks, we've had a couple of players suspended for PEDs. Are you concerned at all, Mr. Commissioner, that is making a bit of a comeback in baseball? Is that a sign of that or no?
Well, look, I am always try to be vigilant. We always try to be vigilant on the issue of performance-enhancing drugs. The fact of the matter is that performance-enhancing drugs are a constant temptation for players because they work. But the way I see the couple of suspensions that we've had recently is it's validation of the fact that we have the best testing and investigation program in sports.
The system is working.
That's right. I mean, where you have to be worried, I think, is when you don't catch anybody. If you're not catching anybody, that means somebody's figured out a way to beat your system.
Yeah.
And
they're always trying to be a step ahead anyway.
Right. Right. And look, these are really competitive young men. The economic rewards are huge. And as I say, the substances work, so they're going to be a temptation for players always.
You know, I love the fact that you said that, because
Bogaerts lines that one to second. The throw back into second, not in time for the double play.
You don't often hear a person of your prominence and in the game talking about the temptation that provides to players. I mean, it's certainly, people certainly are against it. We know it's been a black eye for the game, but rarely do people talk about how strong that temptation could be for guys that play the game.
It is a huge temptation. I think it's actually, you're hearing more and more players speak out on this issue. And I think that it is out of a realization that it is a temptation, and it's out of a recognition that if somebody is tempted and actually goes forward with that temptation, uses the drug, they're taking advantage of their teammates and the people they're playing against. They really are.
Absolutely.
And that's why you're seeing more and more players talk about the issue.
Well, the bases are loaded for the Red Sox here as David Ortiz 1 for 1 in the game. Bats for the second time. The Red Sox have young Eric Johnson in trouble. There are 2 down, and it's down into the dirt to make it 1-1.
A lot of times when you talk that issue, and the people that get caught, it seems like it's the big names that are talked about. But I look at my own career as a guy that would have been someone that could have been tempted with that. A guy who needed a little bit more to stay in the big leagues. I needed to hit a few more home runs. I needed to hit 280 instead of 260. It would have been a great temptation for me. I was never presented with it, but I look in the mirror myself and say, I don't know that I would have had the moral fortitude to say no.
Hard hit. Frazier digs it, and that will retire the side. So the Red Sox will settle for the 1 additional run, and they take a 2-1 lead. Mr. Commissioner, a delight to have you. Thanks so much for joining us.
Always a pleasure to see you both. Thank you.
Rob Manfred bringing the Red Sox a little luck here tonight. A 2-1 lead over the Chicago White Sox here on the South Side. Is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, and nothing to hide. Again, our thanks to the Commissioner of Major League Baseball, Rob Manfred. Got to tell you, when Mr. Manfred came on with us before we came on the air, we said, well, you know, specifically, are there a couple things you want to talk about? And he said, everything's on the table. Anything you want to discuss, let's talk about. He's always been like that.
You get the feeling, number one, you know he's a very personable guy, but you just get the feeling that he's a flat-out straight shooter. Looks you in the eye when he speaks to you, and you absolutely feel like you're talking to someone who's in authority.
Right. Let's go down to Garen.
Thanks, OB. I talked with pitching coach Carl Willis, and he thinks that Henry Owens' second start was much improved. Willis said that Owens' curveball looked good, and he's been working to improve his fastball command, and that's important because that allows him to utilize his changeup, and that's his go-to pitch. And guys, Willis said that you cannot question Owens' work ethic, that he's a tremendously hard worker, he works on the right things, and you'll see that pay off over the course of time.
Well, Garen, of course, fellow left-hander Eduardo Rodriguez, maybe one rehab start from reclaiming his rotation spot. He'll be pitching on Sunday for the Paw Sox, and they've got him at 100 pitches, hopefully. And he's getting close. Here's Brett Lawrie. Red Sox on top 2-1 here in the second.
See, I think that's a classic example right there of what Garen was just talking about. You have to be able to command that fastball so that you can get swings and misses with the other pitches that you want to throw. Primarily for Owens, his changeup.
And he drops in a strike on Lawrie, who's a .281 hitter with 4 home runs. The Red Sox have walked him 4 times in 2 games here. Henry walked 2 men in the first inning. And it's 2-1 on Lawrie. Garcia on deck, and then Sanchez. Red Sox already have 5 hits. They've had a chance to kind of bust it open early, but they've left 5 men on base. Dustin Pedroia already 2 for 2, including a home run. Here's the 3-1. Made him dance a bit inside for ball 4, so that's the 3rd walk issued by Owens. Don't miss WB Mason Extra Innings Live right after the game. TC and Jim Rice break it down. You'll hear from Henry Owens and John Farrell. Whatever, whenever, wherever, who but WB Mason? Red Sox starters have gone at least 6 innings in 9 consecutive games. But Owens is going to have to stay away from ball 4 to make that 10 in a row. Now Avisail Garcia just recently off the disabled list, and you see the rather striking resemblance to Miguel Cabrera. His nickname is Little Miggy. It was when they were Detroit Tigers together.
Certainly wasn't fair to him.
No, that's not fair to anybody.
Like Mini Miggy.
Yeah, it's not fair because that's probably the greatest hitter alive.
Yep. Year in, year out. Lawrie looks like a vampire over there with his mouthpiece that he doesn't necessarily always keep in his mouth. He's certainly a threat to run over there. The advantage that Henry Owens has is that not too many people have seen his move.
Of course, Eaton stole 3rd base off him in the 1st inning. And they would score the run to tie it. Red Sox are back out in front now with another run. And the 0-1 pitch to Garcia. Popped him up on the left side of the diamond. Sean Bogart's there, and the catch will be made by Shaw. So that is out number 1.
Just messed Garcia's timing up just enough to get him underneath that ball and pop it straight up. just out in front of it.
Here's Hector Sanchez hitting .250. No homers, no runs batted in. Doing the catching today. Red Sox trying to win this series in Chicago against the team with the best record in the American League.
This White Sox team had an issue with catching. They needed to call up another catcher, so they called up Kevin Smith. He's about ready to make his major league debut and injured his back during the stretching drills, with tons of friends and family coming to see his debut. Still on the DL. That's why Sanchez is here.
Well, it's tough to get injured during stretching.
Yeah, right before your major league debut as a player. Wow,
what a downer. Owens got a double play ball in the first inning out of Abreu. Another pop up here, and Hanley behind the bag, crossing into foul ground, now back into fair ground to make the play, and that is out number 2.
Tough time of the evening, a little bit of twilight where the lights haven't taken full effect, but it's dark up there when you look. A good shot of it. Sometimes it's hard to find the ball up there.
Yeah, very clear night here. So here comes the number 9 hitter, Austin Jackson, hitting .216, no homers. He broke into the majors back in 2010, also with the Detroit Tigers. Broke in with a bang. He was named the Sporting News American League Rookie of the Year. He had 181 hits that year.
This year he didn't have a job until March 6th. When Chicago signed him, and they're so happy they did, because he completely changed the face of the way the outfield looks for them. Obviously an outstanding defensive center fielder. You put Eaton in right, where he's way better.
2 men out and a strike. Since Detroit, Jackson was dealt to Seattle. He's also played for the Cubs and signed with this team as a free agent, as Steve said, pretty late. 0-1 pitch and a strike. 76 miles an hour on the off-speed delivery, and a count 0-2.
See, you throw that first pitch fastball for a strike, it gives you so many opportunities to use your other weapons. Now you've got Jackson way in a hole.
Oh, 2. Line into left. Brock Holt is there. A sinking line drive, but he snags that. And that retires the side. So no harm done with the ball 4. And coming up, it'll be Hanley Ramirez, Travis Shaw, and Brock Holt. 2-1 time now for a Dunkin' Donuts poll question. Which type of pizza is better, deep dish, and they love that here in Chicago, or thin crust? Text your answer to 536-536. Message and data rates may apply. One message per vote. Which way do you go on this one?
You know, it just seems like I've just kind of drifted towards thin crust for a number of years, just away from it. But I'll tell you what, when you have a nice big piece of deep dish pizza, whew, it's like one meal in just one piece.
It was way more commentary than I anticipated there. But we're headed for New York, where they like the thin crust. You really went deep on the deep dish.
I went deep on the deep dish.
Now here's Andy Ramirez as we go to the third. Red Sox in the lead 2-1 against Eric Johnson. Hanley took ball 4 in the first.
What side of the question do you fall on?
I go more East Coast, definitely. You know, more, which I guess is more thin crust pizza. The deep dish, I think, is an acquired thing here in Chicago. The 1-0 fouled back. I don't want to sway the vote, though. I'm really eager to see how this non-baseball question in our poll plays out tonight.
Well, everybody eats.
Everyone's got to eat. Maybe not quite like you do.
Oh, I can eat.
Which is your weight every day. It's incredible. Big cut and a miss. Again, Hanley's hit safely in 8 in a row and with 8 RBIs over that span. Well, the eating is good in this town. This is this might be the greatest restaurant city in America.
You can't get a bad meal. You should get a napkin, though.
You don't need one with that outfit. How would anyone
know? Slide off.
It's a great food city. 1 and 2. Travis Shaw on deck, then Brock Holt. Hanley's been an excellent road hitter in particular. 381 on the road. That's the 5th best in the American League.
Tough count for a hitter, 2-2. Slider's his best out pitch.
Got jammed, but he fought it off. Now, why do you say 2-2 is such a tough count?
Because as a hitter, you're not sure if he's going to say, all right, I can throw a nasty slider down and away. The pitcher's only thought is, well, if I missed, now I go 3-2 and I'm a little more predictable. But he has a lot of options to get you out with. And I think that this Chicago staff really believes that Hanley can't catch up with that good fastball in on his hands like he got right there. And that's why he threw the fastball instead.
He buries that breaking ball. 3-2 the count. Don Cooper, their longtime pitching coach. He believes in working fast. He believes in tempo.
So do broadcasters.
Here's the payoff pitch. Hammered foul.
You see how Hanley, who has been going the other way with authority, but I think they feel like they can get a fastball past him, and he's been a little late on each one of those fastballs in on him. A little tougher to catch up with him.
The 3-2 again. Fly ball right field. That's well hit. Eaton back, track and wall, and another one gone. He's hit it into that bullpen twice in this series, and the Red Sox take a 3-1 lead. Well, that was some at bat.
And I'm pretty sure that's going the other way with authority. He's been doing that with regularity this year. That's the problem with a guy who you think you can throw the fastball by. If you don't throw your best one and he hits it, it ends up like that.
And totally undressed Eaton when he went up against the wall. He lost everything. And the hat came off, the glove came off. This was another shot.
That's a thing of beauty right there. Hanley knows he hit it well. He knows he's got at least a double. And then Eaton's falling down out there.
A bluff bunt by Travis Shaw. So the Sox in front 3-1. Hanley looks like he feels okay after the flu-like symptoms yesterday.
Yeah. We have seen him hammer the ball the other way.
And a closer look at Eaton as he goes into the fence. Stuff coming off him every which way. Glove and yikes. Fouled back out of play.
That glove got flung all the way back almost past the warning track.
It did. So Hanley all smiles. Tuesday night he ripped his first home run in a month, and he's added another one. Dustin Pedroia had one in the first inning.
I think almost every hitter in the game would tell you that they would rather pull the ball. If they pull the ball, like if you're Shaw, pulling it into right center field is where he'd probably tell you his best power is.
Fly ball right center field. That's well hit. Jackson back all the way to the wall, and it's off his glove. Travis heading into second base. He's going to keep on churning. He's heading into third, and the throw won't get him. Off the glove of the center fielder Austin Jackson, and 3 bases for Travis Shaw.
See, that's where his power is. Into the right center field. This ball should have been caught, no question. Jackson, I think he got thinking that he was going to bang up against the wall right there, so he stopped 1 step short. It goes off the heel of his glove. He was already looking for the wall, and now Shaw comes all the way around to third base.
And that is a triple. So nobody out, a runner at third, his second triple of the season.
Yeah. That's a generous scorekeeping.
That's a long way to go, though.
I know, but if you run that far to get it and then just don't catch it once you get there.
I would say, for me, that's an above-average effort play for a major league center fielder, and obviously the official scorer agrees. I think that's a tough one to call an error on when you have to go that far, and I don't think it's a routine play. Brock has a base hit and a run scored. Infield creeping in now for Chicago. You'd be a tough scorer, man. You'd be very tough.
Well, scorekeepers were tough when I played. If you didn't catch it, it was an error. I mean, he's there. He knows he's going to catch it, and then he just didn't catch it. I think if you asked Austin Jackson, do you catch that ball 9 out of 10 times, he'd say yes.
The 1-1 pitch. Fastball strike in the outside corner. Now Brock so often gets it done in spots like this. Does have 15 RBIs and a 3-game hitting streak.
He is fun to watch in these situations.
Fouled back. I mean, think about this. Since the All-Star break last year, he is hitting with runners in scoring position .395.
He just zeroes in. I mean, he gives you a good at-bat every time. And usually when you talk about guys like this that are driving in runs, you're usually talking about a 3, 4, 5 hitter. But I love to watch him hit when there are guys to drive in. He just locks in.
Such a tough out. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ryan Hannigan, who's ripped an RBI double, is on deck. Travis Shaw at third base. Nobody out. A run in on another Hanley Ramirez home run. Red Sox have out-hit Chicago already 7-1. So Chile is loving it. Do most Red Sox fans realize what a great hitter Chili Davis was?
I don't think so. I mean, you really I mean, why would they? He spent most of his career in the National League.
Right. It's a great point. But you're talking about 3,400 hits and 350 home runs for the Red Sox hitting coach. High fly right center field. That'll certainly get it done. Way into the alley. On the run Jackson pulls up. That catch he made. Coming on to score is Travis Shaw. Once again Brock Holt gets it done. Red Sox add another one and now lead it 4-1. He's just such a smart hitter in these spots.
Yeah, and Johnson isn't fooling a whole lot of guys. Now, the point I was trying to make when Travis Shaw drilled that ball into the right center field gap is that's if you're a left-handed hitter, that's where you feel like your power is. To be able to hit the ball as far as Hanley did the other way, you know, that's elite. Those are the elite hitters that have that kind of strength and ability to to get your bat and keep it on top of a pitch away from you like that and drive it like he did.
Ryan Hannigan with a double and an RBI tonight, drove in his second run. He pokes that one down the line, but sliced it foul. DraftKings is the official one-day fantasy baseball partner of the Boston Red Sox. Experience the thrill of playing on DraftKings right now. Play free daily using the promo code NESSON at DraftKings.com. Red Sox in front 4-1 in the third inning. Trying to make it a very happy flight to New York City.
Red Sox with a little stroke of luck coming in for this 3-game set. Did not see the top 2 pitchers on the White Sox staff. Chris Sale, who's just amazingly good, and Latos, who's having a resurgence.
They did see Quintana, who pitched exceptionally well. And Rodon is an emerging star as a left-hander. Red Sox beat him last night, the 3-1. He wouldn't chase a strike. 3-2.
Hanley's knocking the dirt off his cleats, but he's really saying, come on, that pitch was not a strike.
Here comes the 3-2. High pop-up, twisting foul, and that'll go out of play. And certainly, if it's a building block for the rest of the season, Clay Buchholz's excellent outing last night cannot be undersold. 7 innings, 3 hits, his first win of 2016 on the road against the team with the best record in the American League.
He talked to TC and Jim Rice on the pregame show, and he said he did not realize that he had been called out, that there was extra pressure put on him.
Down low for ball 4.
Until someone told him about it today.
And here comes Cooper. MLB.TV Premium is everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game of all 30 teams in true high definition on over 400 supported devices. Visit MLB.TV for details.
But you could see the relief. I talked to him for a few minutes today, and I said, hey, you know, nice effort. And he goes, yeah, I felt good. I felt good on that one. And he said, it's about time. So he understands. Obviously, I mean, he wants to go out there and win every time he takes the mound. He has a history of doing that.
But you know what? The difference in him last night, this is something John Farrell's been talking about. When he attacks with his arsenal, as good as his stuff is, he's going to be very tough to hit.
When he has a sort of a bulldog mentality, when he goes out there, gets the ball, gets up on the mound, and wants to throw it again.
We've seen it before, and we've seen him get on some remarkable runs where he just beats everybody in sight, and that's certainly the hope after what happened last night. And Jackie Bradley will dig in now, 0 for 1 with a strikeout tonight. Ryan Hannigan just took a walk. He becomes the 3rd Red Sox hitter to reach in this inning against Eric Johnson. They don't have anybody warming in their bullpen yet as it's trickled to first base. The spin and the throw, and he gets him down at second base. So Hannigan is removed, and Jackie Bradley becomes the runner at first. Eric Johnson's pitching line is brought to you by your Eastern Lexus dealers. The Sox have hit him. 4 earned in 2 2/3.
As you talked about, this is kind of an audition for him. They have other guys they can call on. Seems like he has struggled when he gets to the major league level. They talk about sometimes looking afraid to throw the ball over the plate.
2 down. Mookie Betts now. He has struck out and taken ball 4. He fouls it back for a strike. He is 1 for 10 in the series. It's a Red Sox team that has won 8 of the last 10, 9 of the last 12.
On a little bit of a roll. I'd like to see Jackie Bradley Jr. steal a base right here. It's an excellent time to do it. 2 outs. If you get thrown out, no big deal. Mookie leads off the next inning. If you're safe, Mookie gets a shot to drive you in.
Little squibber foul, 0-2. The Red Sox have been successful 22 times out of 24 attempts. That's a 92% success rate. It's the highest in baseball.
And you know what that tells you? They're not running enough. You know what I mean? If you're that successful, keep going.
Tells me they're running smart.
Well, they are running smart, no question. I don't want them running into outs. But that degree of success calls for more attempts.
It's an interesting way of looking at it. I would take the other view and say keep doing it the smart way and don't run into outs, because you've got a lot of guys who can swing the bat in this lineup, and you don't need to do that.
I'll take that as a valid point.
Although I can see your side of the argument.
Well, thank you.
0-2. That one hammered down the line, but here comes Cabrera, and he will make the play to retire the side. Well, Hanley Ramirez hit another bullet to right field in the inning. His third home run, his second of this series, and the second one right inside the Red Sox pen. Boston on top 4-1 in Chicago. Red Sox moment honoring the 1986 Red Sox season. In their 28th game in '86, the Red Sox beat the A's 9-6. Steve, you reached base in 4 of your 5 plate appearances. You stole a base and scored twice. It was a nice rebound from last night, which was an 0 for 4.
Oh, man, that's a nice day.
Hey, I was talking about Chili Davis, what a great hitter he was. I gave him 1,000 more hits than he actually got. It was closer to 2,400. I said 3,400.
Well, we were showing him on camera when you said that, and he didn't disagree with you.
350 home runs, though, in a 19-year career.
He was a stud player. There's no question.
And a marvelous hitter. Last half of the 3rd inning, Red Sox on top 4-1. Adam Eaton will lead it off. He singled in the 1st inning. And he scored their only run to this point.
Shutdown innings. We talk about it all the time. This is where Henry's got to come out and attack the zone, pitch to contact, and get quick outs.
It was after this point last night the White Sox did not have a hit for the rest of the ball game against the combination of Clay Buchholz, Koji, and Craig Kimbrell.
See what Eaton did on that pitch? No intention of swinging at it, but he was almost doing the old Little League thing where you stand there and act like you're going to bunt the entire time.
The 3-0 and up high for ball 4, so he's walked 4 men.
Second time in a row the leadoff guy, so it didn't hurt him last time, but you can't keep walking that tightrope.
Well, if you're looking for the best seats to the biggest games, check out the official Red Sox ticket resale marketplace at RedSoxReplay.com. The best place for season ticket holders to sell their tickets when they can't make it to the game. Jimmy Rollins took ball 4 in the 1st inning. So far, none of the walks have come in to score for Chicago. Rollins grew up in the Bay Area in California, idolizing Rickey Henderson. And he captured many of Rickey's mannerisms as a young player. You know, at first base, the walking lead, the fake back to the bag. Tried to copy a lot of those, and he turned into a very good base stealer in his own right. A strike. Jose Abreu on deck here for the White Sox. Red Sox in front 4-1. The 1-1. You let that one go.
People forget, you know, Rollins played most of his career in the National League. A lot of American League fans didn't get to see him all that much. He was a National League MVP in 2007. Now, you talk about emulating his favorite player, Rickey Henderson, and then becoming one of the elite players in baseball.
About 5'8", 5'9". And the fastball missing up top. And another deep count here. 3 balls, 1 strike. It's already his 5th 3-ball count in this one.
Make him swing the bat.
And that's going to miss for ball 4. So he's walked another man. That was right on the corner, but home plate umpire Paul Emmel has not seen enough strikes.
Now, that's an excellent point by you. I mean, if you're all over the place and you don't show that you can command your pitches, you're not going to get the close ones. That's a mistake that he threw down there. It wasn't like he was trying to go down there and he can hit that spot anytime he wants. He's really floundering out there right now. And the umpire's like, well, until you show me that you can hit your spots and command pitches, then good luck.
Well, the Red Sox have battled to give him a 4-1 lead, and he walks the first 2 men here. And now Hembree is going to start to loosen up in the Boston bullpen.
And believe me, this isn't a pep talk.
So he's walked 5 men tonight. First 2 men here in the 3rd inning in front of a big-time run producer in Jose Abreu. Hit into a double play in the 1st inning. Abreu has a 13-game hitting streak against the Red Sox, in which he's batting .438 with 15 RBIs. And nobody out.
Will Abreu swing at the first pitch? Wow.
Well, that was off the plate and a called strike.
Generous. I like this pitch. I like the fact that it got called a strike. I mean, a lot of times after a mound meeting like that with guys on base, pitchers in trouble, the hitter may think he hasn't been throwing strikes, but he's got to throw me a first pitch fastball here, and I'm going to launch.
Again, the White Sox with only 1 hit against the lefty. Eaton and Rollins, pretty good speed on the bases here for Chicago. And it's blew foul to make it 0-2. Abreu, after defecting from Cuba, his first year was 2014 in the majors. He had 36 home runs. He drove in 107. Last year, 30 home runs, 101 RBIs.
With a short, quick swing. Look at the base runners, excellent speed. The score of the game right now, and with Abreu up there, I doubt Eaton goes anywhere.
On the inside corner, and he got him looking. Well, he made a great pitch there to strike him out.
Well, that little chewing out that Carl Willis gave him did him some good. So you come back and you throw strikes to the next guy. You throw that same pitch that you walked the player on the previous at bat, and now you get that strike call because you're better.
That's a big first out. A double play can get him out of this jam. They can get Frazier to hit it on the ground. He walked in the first inning. He is 0 for 7 in the series. Red Sox have also struck him out 3 times. Two on and 1 out in the 3rd inning.
Pedroia telling the umpire to get out of his way.
The 1-0. 2-0.
Pedroia is doing a much better job in this situation, especially with the right-handed hitter up. Frazier's a pull hitter. Pedroia hanging on to Eaton at second, but also telling the second base umpire to reposition himself so he stays out of his way so he can see the pitch.
Got a home run hitter at the plate. Here comes the 2-0. 2-1. That one disappeared on Frazier.
There's Pedroia. Look at him saying, hey, well, where are you going to stand? Get out of my way. I got to be able to see.
Mike Everett.
And you know, Petey, that's the way he's talking to him, too. Get out of my way.
Now looking to turn 2 here in a tight spot for Owens.
I think Owens really needs to take all of his concentration and put it on Frazier right now. Petey's standing right on top of second base. Eaton can't get that big of a jump, and he's not going anywhere.
Waved at and missed. Boy, was he off stride. It was 75 miles an hour, and a count 2-2.
That's his best pitch. The changeup.
Wonder if he'll get that one again here on 2-2. 1 out, 2 on. He spoiled that one, and he did indeed. Off speed at 74 miles an hour. Frazier, very strong vocal personality, and he's getting a lot of the credit for the White Sox turnaround from a 4th place team last year to a contender this year.
Now Hannigan may have gotten crossed up on that last pitch. He was calling for something up. You don't generally throw a big breaking ball up in the zone. I think they were trying to go fastball up. Watch where Hannigan sets up. He wants the ball up. You're not throwing a curveball up there. Then he went out and talked to him and said, wait a minute, we might have got our wires crossed.
3-2. Melky Cabrera would be next. This inning has been a labor for Owens. He walked Eaton, he walked Rollins, he struck out Abreu, their best hitter. But now 3-2 on Frazier. And the payoff, and he walked him as well. So now the bases are loaded. Embry continues to warm in the bullpen.
You know Frazier's reputation. Last year he had 35 homers and 40 doubles, but he's 1 for his last 18, and now he's walked them twice.
So that's 6 walks in 2 1/3 innings for Owens. It's a career high. He's begging for trouble. Here's Cabrera.
Farrell isn't going to watch him much longer.
Eaton, a runner at third base. Jimmy Rollins at second. Todd Frazier at first. They all took ball 4. Cabrera does have 2 home runs. He's a guy who's hit the Red Sox quite well in his career. And he pops it up. Foul ground. Hanley backing up. Oh, he dives and he made the play. The runner will not tag as the throw comes home. He hung on to it for out number 2. Not without some drama.
Hanley has handled that first base position very well everywhere we've gone, but there's no question this ball is blowing back onto the field of play much more than it does anywhere else because Hanley's not been able to handle it very well. Spin of that ball will cause it to come back towards the field of play. Adam Eaton over there on third base faking like he's going to try to score. Good recovery by Hanley.
Brad Lowry here. He walked in the second inning. Red Sox have walked him 5 times in the series. No place to put him. 2 down. And a strike. And another generous call. A man at every base for Chicago with 2 down. Red Sox ahead 4-1. It has been a walk on the high wire here for Henry Owens.
Ooh.
0-2.
Challenged him right here with his fastball. Scary pitch. Lowry swing right through it.
He has hit 4 home runs. Owens a strike away from getting out of a jam entirely of his own making. Here's the 0-2. Swung on and missed. He got him. He got out of it. I'm not exactly sure how, but he leaves him loaded and he strikes out the number 6 hitter. Still 4-1 Red Sox. The 4th inning, and it is still 4-1 the Red Sox, despite the fact that that was one wild inning for Henry Owens. He walked 3 men, but he stranded all of them with a big strikeout. Is Dustin Pedroia, a home run and a single tonight. Red Sox trying to win the series here in Chicago and go on to face the Yankee team they just swept, minus A-Rod, who is now on the DL. He was their best hitter at Fenway.
Yes.
And the Red Sox will not have to contend with him in that 3 games in New York. Pedroia knocks one foul. You know, one of the things that I wanted to ask the commissioner, who was just great, by the way, Rob Manfred with us, was, is there a plan in place to have anybody who plays on Sunday night to have the next day off automatically? I think it's being talked about right now.
Yes.
Red Sox are about to play their 3rd consecutive weekend on Sunday night baseball, but they will not have Monday off. They're going to have to get home to face the Oakland A's. Yeah, I know it's a night game, and I know people say, well, okay, what do they need? How many hours? It's exhausting. The Red Sox have had an exhausting schedule here early on.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, people don't want to hear about that.
Here's a base hit. I think it struck a piece of second base, but Pedroia is 3 for 3. And, you know, it's not so much the schedule, although the schedule in the first month was grueling, especially with all the cold weather. It's the late nights. You know, a lot of 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. arrivals, and yet the Red Sox are in first place.
And you're playing the next day. Now, I understand the network agreements and the money that it makes, especially a late night game, but I'm not even sure the validity of why it has to be a late start on that Sunday night. Why can't that be a 5 o'clock start or a 6 o'clock start?
Here's Xander Bogaerts. He has struck out and lined to second. He's hit safely in 6 in a row.
When you're the Red Sox or the other premier organizations, you find yourself on those games more often.
And again, I'm not saying that's the problem. I'm saying having a day off, especially when you have to travel quite a long distance late that night to get there.
Yep.
Let's say you have a 3-hour flight, then have to play the very next evening. Dan Jennings, a left-hander, now starting to loosen up in their bullpen.
A couple of weeks ago, when the Red Sox were on Sunday Night Baseball in Houston and then traveled to Atlanta, it wasn't that long a flight, but they still got in at 6 in the morning. Houston had to go to Seattle. Didn't notice the next day how they did, but it's just a long, ugly trip.
Had to go in and play the next day.
Yes, no off days.
David Ortiz on deck. Red Sox in the lead 4-1. Ricochet foul that got a piece of the catcher Sanchez. Stay tuned for Red Sox Final, presented by Plainridge Park Casino. TC and Jim Rice will preview the Red Sox weekend series against the Yankees.
This sets up so perfectly for Bogaerts right now, as you see Laurie, the only guy on the right side of the field that can really make a play on Bogey, and he loves to hit the ball that way. You know he's going to be trying to pull his hands in, go inside out, and go the other way.
Xander has been tearing it up on the road, hitting .410 in his last 9 games on the road. Runner goes, and it's popped up. Pedroia has to get on back as Abreu will make the catch. That'll send up David Ortiz. You know, you're going to see OPS on the screen whenever you look at a batter's numbers. Right there on the lower right side. It's a terrific measuring stick for a hitter. They're going to come out, by the way, and take a look at the catcher Sanchez after that foul ball off the face mask and see if he can continue. But it measures a hitter's ability to get on base and hit for power. I think many fans are very well aware of it. Some may not be. So an OPS of 900 or higher, that means you are an upper echelon hitter. A combination of on-base percentage and slugging percentage combined. Well, Sanchez okay apparently. Easy for us to say, but
right off the
shot.
crown of that helmet. Here's a good look at it. This thing goes straight back right off the crown of that batting helmet, or catching helmet rather.
1-on-1 on for Big Papi, who has singled and grounded out hard to first base. Last 10 games, David hitting .368, 3 homers, and 9 runs batted in. He crushed a home run here last night.
Of course, the shift is on for Ortiz. Do you even call it a shift for Ortiz anymore? That is the normal alignment. They don't ever play him normally anymore. That is the way you play the game against David Ortiz, and he's burned them so often going the other way this season.
Ground ball into that shift. Laurie goes into second base. Back to first in time for the double play to retire the side. So it pays off there in the twin killing. Nothing doing for the Sox here, but Boston in front 4-1. On Nesson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. The Red Sox leading here in Chicago 4-1 over the White Sox, and Henry Owens is back out there. So far he's allowed only 1 hit, but he has walked 6. And Garcia will lead things off, taking outside ball 1.
There's no question he gets the opportunity to go back out there. You see the bullpen starting to mess around out there. There's Heath Embry. You got to tip your cap a little bit. Came back with 2 huge outs after he loaded the bases.
He did, and against a couple of pretty good hitters. He gets the bottom third of the order here. Garcia, Sanchez, and Jackson. And something up with Garcia. He's just coming off a hamstring injury.
I don't think John Farrell or Carl Willis will watch what they've been watching so far in this game much longer if he continues to walk guys. But after he got himself in trouble, a couple of huge outs, got himself out of it, that earned him this next inning. He's on a short leash show.
2 balls, 1 strike. 2014, Henry was the Red Sox minor league pitcher of the year. He went 14-4 at Double-A Portland with a .260 ERA. Rocketed into left. Holt backs up. It's over his head, and that one somehow got out of the ballpark. Just over the yellow line and gone to make it 4-2. So now the White Sox within 2 runs here in Chicago. That's his 4th home run of the season.
A laser beam right there. He had 13 homers last year and 59 RBIs.
And as we said, Farrell, yep. A short leash indeed. Winds up going 3 innings and walks 6 and giving up 2 runs, and that's it for Henry Owens. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Kia. Heath Hembree coming on, and we'll be back with more in just a moment. Brought to you by Ace Ticket. 3+, just 2 hits. The last one just left the ballpark though, and 6 walks, which is a career high. He gives way to Heath Hembree here.
I know Heath Hembree was up and throwing last inning when Owens was in trouble, so he didn't need that many pitches to be ready. And John Farrell wasn't going to see any more pitches out of Owens.
Look at the 11 strikeouts in 9 innings for Heath. He's been very, very tough. And the Red Sox will need him for a lengthy stint here tonight.
And that's the tough part about going to your bullpen early, and the Red Sox have had to do that a lot, but not so much lately. As we mentioned, the string of games where starters had gone into the 6th 9 straight times.
That ends here tonight, and the pitch is outside for a ball on Sanchez. It was 0 for 1 with a pop up to first base. 4-2. The Red Sox in front. They have 8 hits to Chicago's 2. And a high fly ball twisting into right center field, but Jackie Bradley has all night to get there. 1 man gone. And Austin Jackson will be next. Red Sox pitching lined up for the Yankee series is Rick Porcello, 5-0 on Friday. David Price, 4-0 on Saturday. And Stephen Wright with a 1.67 ERA on Sunday.
It'll be a fun series if the weather holds.
In there for a strike on Austin Jackson. There's been a lot of talk about the velocity of David Price in his outings, you know, hovering around 92, but Carl Willis says that is very normal for him through the first month of a season, and then it begins to tick up. Oh, 0-2 the count. So it's not something the Red Sox are at all concerned about. And he is 4-0. The high ERA is 6.14, but he's 4-0.
We have not seen the best of him yet, but that's yet to come. You're going to get to see it for a lot of years.
He looked pretty good in Atlanta.
Oh yeah,
those 14 strikeouts.
And even that game started off a little ugly.
Line drive base hit into right center field by Jackson. Yes, it did. So Jackson on, and Tuesday is David Price bobblehead night at Fenway Park. First 15,000 fans Receive a David Price bobblehead courtesy of Nikon. And for tickets and more information, visit redsox.com/promos or call 877 Red Sox 9. Adam Eaton has singled and walked tonight. And that'll be ball one.
This White Sox team is not afraid to run themselves back into a ball game. Jackson can run. Eaton can handle the bat. Hembree has a pretty high leg kick in his delivery to the plate.
I think if you told John Farrell right now that he will go as long as he did in a couple of outings, 3 1/3 and 3, and pitch the way he did in those, he would take it in a heartbeat.
Hembree's been amazing since his recall.
He did not allow a single run in either one of those games. Runner goes. Here's the throw down to second, on target, the tag, and he's out. Great peg there by Hannigan.
Might see a challenge here. It was an awfully close play, and kind of the way the game's played these days. Anything close they want to take a look at. No indication yet. Hannigan, quick feet, great throw. Bogaerts, excellent job of getting the tag right down. Watch Bogaerts catch the ball and not even move it. Don't move your glove.
And there will be no challenge. Now number 2, terrific throw. And a strike on the outside corner. So the base is now empty. It's been a real weapon for the Red Sox. The men behind the plate, both Vasquez and Hannigan, with the caught stealings. And a ground ball deep short. Backhand. Here's the throw. And it won't get him. Eaton runs too well, but a terrific job by Xander just to keep that one from going off into left.
What a tremendous difference we have seen in Xander Bogaerts as far as being a shortstop. Watch the transfer here just to get the ball to his throwing hand and make any attempt to get it over there to get it out. So quick, so good. We're not watching the kid we watched 2 years ago where they basically gave away his position.
Yeah, not by a long shot. He has not made an error this year. The man at the plate knows something about plays like that. Jimmy Rollins, who has walked twice. A run in on the Garcia home run. Red Sox ahead 4-2 here in the 4th. You mentioned Rollins, the winner of the most valuable player in the National League in 07. The next year he invested in a hyperbaric chamber to recharge his body.
Sleep in.
Yeah. My memory may be foggy on this, but didn't J.D. Drew do the same thing? Didn't he buy one of those?
I think I remember hearing something about that as well.
Yeah. And Rollins swore by it.
If you think it works and you can afford it. He's still playing.
37 years old. Pretty spry. Maybe there was something to it. But J.D. Drew retired pretty young, which makes me a lousy spokesman for the hyperbaric chamber. I mean, just terrible.
They're not going to be giving you one out to try.
I'm not getting a free one. Eaton on at first base, 2 down. Jose Abreu on deck. The Red Sox have set him down twice tonight, and that just misses. A lot of 3-ball counts in this one.
Yep. You're down 4-2. It's still early in the game. We talked about the White Sox not afraid to run. Eaton's the best speed guy they have. 3-1 count. Good opportunity to swing the bat. And he walks him.
So that is 7 walks accepted by Chicago already. Well, have you downloaded the Red Sox season schedule into your favorite desktop? If not, what are you waiting for? Visit NESN.com/schedule to download today. Not one of the walks has crossed home plate. That's kind of amazing.
It's unbelievable, especially when you think of how many there have been, especially at the top of the White Sox lineup. Walks, hit.
So it's first and second for Abreu, who's hit into a double play and struck out looking. 2 down. $19 runs batted in for Jose Abreu. That is 7th best in the American League. Big 2-run homer last night in the first inning. And Hembree with a 1-0 pitch. High fly to left center. Jackie started back, now racing in, coming on, and here comes the left fielder Brock Holt. He makes the play. So he's the guy who catches up to it in the end. And that strands 2. Luckily it was hit very, very high. It'll be Hanley and then Travis Shaw and then Brock Holt coming up for the Red Sox. Two, they'll bring up 5, 6, and 7 against the right-hander, and Sir Paul McCartney returns to Fenway Park on Sunday, July 17th. All part of the Plain Ridge Park Casino Fenway Concert Series. Just think about all the classics. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at RedSox.com/Paul McCartney. Cannot wait for that show.
I know you're going to get a personal introduction.
I don't know if I'll go that far, but I can beg.
You and the Rem Dog will be having dinner.
Oh, I love how you've spun it into, you know, steaks with Paul McCartney.
Champagne, the whole thing.
Here's Hanley. He has walked and cracked a home run once again into the Red Sox bullpen for the 2nd time in the series.
We might even like have a guest appearance by the Emmy Award-winning TC. You know, all that good stuff's going to be happening.
The 1-0 pitch. He's asking us to stop, by the way, about the Emmy thing, because he was nominated, but the awards have not been handed out yet. And he's getting stopped by his neighbors who are like, hey, congratulations. Great job, TC.
Well, he does do a great job.
Well, he does.
He should win.
He's phenomenal. And you and I both believe that, and I believe the nominating committee certainly will believe that. But he'd like us to stop.
And I hope that nobody feels like we're showing disrespect to the other nominees. We're just showing support for the guy that we think should win.
Absolutely true. That's all it is. It was Hanley's 3rd home run in the 3rd inning. You wonder if he's getting ready to go on a tear as he looks at a ball. Back to that home run swing.
Watch how on top of this pitch he stays. Oh, that is so hard to do. Very reminiscent of the ball that big poppy hit from the other side of the plate against Betances.
3-1 hit off the end of the bat. Abreu will underhand flip, and the pitcher Johnson gets there for the out. Tomorrow at 6, don't miss Red Sox first pitch, presented by Joseph Abboud, available at Men's Warehouse. TC and Jim Rice take a closer look at the Yankees' recent struggles. Red Sox going to New York tonight, take on a Yankee team with the 3rd worst record in the American League. For 3 more. And then of the next 16 games, 13 will be at Fenway Park.
Keep showing that dominance at home and get that going. Did not play well at home in the early going of this season.
Here's Travis Shaw. He has tripled and scored and struck out 1 for 2. A ball and a strike on the Sox third baseman. Hey, a tip of the cap to Josh Rutledge, who was a late insert into last night's game to play third base as Travis went over to first base. And Rutledge was 2 for 3 with an RBI, and it seems like every time he gets a chance, and he hasn't had many, but when he does, he makes something happen.
It's the mark of a great utility player. It's such a hard position to play. Chris Young certainly could attest to that this year.
2-2.
When you don't get a play very often, when you get your opportunity, what you're telling yourself is, I have to catch the ball. I've got to be good defensively. If I get a couple hits, I'm a bonus. Nobody's expecting me to go out there and go 3 for 4 when I only play once a week. It's so difficult to do, but his contributions have been really, really good.
Cut on a missed strike 3 on a high heater. 2 down for the Sox here in the 5th.
Am I the only guy that thinks Josh Rutledge looks like Leonardo DiCaprio?
I don't know. I know it's one of your favorite games, you know, the separated at birth thing, but you might be onto something there.
Little Leo there.
We've talked about Brock Holt and Matt Damon.
Matt Damon, yeah.
And that resemblance. He has singled. He's also driven in a run with a sacrifice tonight. Red Sox ahead 4-2. And looking to win this series 2 games to 1 against an outstanding White Sox team. Strike.
White Sox are a team that choose not to shift when Brock Holt is up. I'm amazed at the teams that do. Brock Holt uses the field as well as any member of the Red Sox.
Eric Johnson making his 2016 debut, still on the bump here. Despite getting off to a rocky start, he's allowed 2 home runs. One to Dustin Pedroia, the other to Hanley Ramirez. And that's fouled back. He pitched on the Cinderella 2002 team at Cal Berkeley that went to the College World Series.
Smart kid.
2nd round draft pick of the White Sox. He's been a top prospect for them, although he has struggled at the major league level in 3 previous call-ups to establish himself. Nobody on base and 2 down. Fastball on the outside corner called strike 3. And the Red Sox go 1-2-3 here in the 5th inning. We are at the midway point, and the Sox have the lead 4-2 over Chicago. Fifth inning, Red Sox leading the White Sox by 2. And tomorrow on NESN Plus, check out the Women's Ivy League Lacrosse Semifinals starting at 4 o'clock. You can visit NESN.com/NESN Plus to find out your channel for tomorrow's lacrosse action. And the White Sox to bring up their 4, 5, and 6 hitters against Heath Hembree, who came on in relief of Henry Owens. Short stint here tonight for Henry, as he went 3 innings plus 1 batter and walked 6 men, so did not pitch long enough for a victory. And a long way to go yet in this one. Todd Frazier has taken 2 walks. The Red Sox have walked 7 men. And in for strike 1. Frazier 0 for 7 in the series, so he has not hurt Boston.
He can with one big swing of the bat. Something's just not quite right with Frazier timing wise. 1 for his last 18 at the plate. That pitch fouled off the face mask of Ryan Hannigan. You wonder why they call it the tools of ignorance.
2 fouled back.
Because you're just not real smart if you want to sit back there, man. Some of those guys, Hannigan's a guy, Vasquez, they love it. They love it sitting back there. There is no greater feeling of control than when you're a catcher, especially if your pitcher is hitting the spots.
0-2 on the way, and that just missed. And of course, quite a few of them go on to become very good managers.
Yeah, that's Vasquez right there. I mean, it's really the only position where you feel like if you're doing your job, you feel like you're doing the other guy's job too. Where it's like you really feel the power of what the pitcher is able to do if he's throwing the ball well.
High fly into right, but not deep. Mookie Betts there. 1 man is out in the 5th inning for Chicago. Ace Ticket is Boston's trusted source for Red Sox tickets with the best seats at the lowest prices, all with a 200% guarantee. Treat yourself or someone special by visiting aceticket.com or by calling 1-800-MY-SEATS. Best crowd of the series here tonight, and a number of them were here in their seats when David Ortiz was saluted by the White Sox. He was presented, given this is his last trip to Chicago, with a giant humidor filled with cigars. Very nice gesture. The pregame. And that's Chris Sale, their ace, bringing out the humidor. Red Sox logo on that.
And Ron Kittle, the former outfielder of the White Sox, made the humidor for him.
That's right. He's a very talented woodworker. He can make anything. And he makes these tremendous stools and chairs, baseball themed, you know, with bats.
Yep.
And balls, and you can do it with any team, for any team.
Interesting, funny guy is Ron Kittle, and he used to hit some monster moonshots at the old Comiskey Park.
A strike to Cabrera, who's gone 0 for 2.
Remember that ballpark? You could literally hit it up on the roof.
Cabrera's been trouble against the Red Sox. .392 in his last 24 games, 20 RBIs, and 22 runs. And another strike at 93. Red Sox 4, White Sox 2 in the bottom of the 5th. And that moves him back. Toronto won big, 12-2 over Texas. Baltimore has grabbed a 1-0 lead over the Yankees in the 10th inning. And a dribbler toward first base right along the line. Going to be tough, and no play. He's going to be safe. And they tried to scoop it and sweep tag, but he never did pick it up. And Cabrera has a base hit.
It's a tough call for a first baseman. Obviously, the best way to make this play is to let Hanley go to the bag and let Henry come and get the ball and try to make a flip throw to him. But Hanley doesn't know that at the time because he figures my best opportunity is to go get the ball and try to make the tag. I've seen a couple plays that have come up for Hanley Ramirez at first base in tonight's game that he hasn't ever seen in a major league game yet.
So a base runner with one down in the 5th inning. Red Sox with a 2-run lead. Brett Lowry will be the batter. He has walked and struck out.
You know what's surprising on that play was how well Cabrera got down the line.
He did. He hauled it there for a single.
Sometimes when you see him run, he looks awkward, almost like it hurts. But not that time. He got down there.
So 1 out and 1 on. And inside for a ball.
Cabrera wasn't happy with the way he hit this ball, but you start to smell a hit right there. Look at him go. Did a good job of trying to avoid the tag that was never actually a tag without going out of the baseline.
Red Sox have turned a double play. That was back in the 1st inning. It was that 2nd inning double play last night that was so important for Clay Buchholz. That was a vital play.
And you know, you and I both smelled it out when it happened. It was a double play that ended an inning, but you knew that that particular pitch, the play he made right there, and coming back on that hitter was going to change the rest of his game.
In there for a called strike. And back to that play last night, we both drew a red circle around it.
Got guys on, you're in trouble. You had not started off the game very well. It's a huge double play against a guy that can run. And then you settle into the rest of the ball game and throw an outstanding game.
Boy, did he ever. 1 out here. Hard ground ball, a base hit. That'll get into left field. Lowry with a single. That'll put him on at 1st and 2nd. And only one man out with Garcia, who belted a home run his last time coming up. Garcia has also popped out to 3rd base, so he's 1 for 2. Red Sox had a 4-1 lead. It's now 4-2 since Garcia's home run. He has a chance to do some more damage here.
And if you're Hembree, you kind of just keep doing what you're doing. You're trying to get ground balls. If you're a ground ball pitcher, balls get through the infield. You're going to give up some hits. Keep throwing the ground balls. Eventually, you're going to go and hit one of your infielders, and in this case, you can get a double play out of it.
Ball 1. Owen still inside the dugout after a short outing.
Well, there's a guy lost in thought right there for a while, huh?
Hembree with a 1-0 pitch. Line up the middle and almost got the pitcher into 3rd base. Cabrera, they'll stop him as Jackie comes firing, and it's cut off. And now the bases are loaded for Chicago. That was a bullet. That almost grabbed Heath Hembree on the way.
You don't challenge JBJ's arm. That ball was smoked up the middle. You see Cabrera rounding 3rd. See how when he was rounding 3rd, now it looks like it hurts him again. Remember, he doesn't run nice there. Bradley's got such a great arm. You don't want to challenge him.
And Carl Willis with a mound visit. And trouble brewing here with Hector Sanchez about to swing. And the bases are loaded. They were loaded in the 3rd inning for the White Sox as well, in a very different manner on 3 walks by Owens. But He buckled down and got Cabrera to pop up and Lowry to strike out, and he got out of that and left him loaded. And Matt Barnes is beginning to loosen in the Red Sox bullpen. Embry came on in the 4th. And now he is facing a severe test with Sanchez, who has popped up and flied to center. So for the second time tonight, second time in 3 innings, the bases are loaded for Chicago. Sanchez started the night a .250 hitter, no home runs. And the first one wide for ball 1. So on at third base, Cabrera. Brett Lowry the runner at second, and Garcia at first. And suddenly the Red Sox are clinging to a 2-run advantage.
Surprising that Robin Ventura right now staying with Sanchez behind the plate in this at bat instead of possibly pinch hitting.
Called strike. 1-1. It's been a big plate.
Yes.
Courtesy of Paul Emmel.
I like umpires like that. Makes the hitters more aggressive if you know the guy's going to be calling strikes.
Sanchez has been a good hitter with the bases loaded in his career. Here comes the 1-1. Off the outside. Austin Jackson on deck. Bases juiced. The 2-1. Slice foul out of play. So he came back at 94 and got Sanchez to commit.
Good aggressive pitch right there. Whatever pitch selection that you make right now, just make sure it's down in the strike zone. Still can get that double play to get out of the inning.
And now Sanchez gets time here from Paul Emmel.
A little bit of irony there on the base hit by Garcia up the middle. And the great arm by JBJ. They'd elect not to try to score on him. The guy who hit the ball, Garcia, led the American League last year with 17 outfield assists. So a lot of guys tried to score on him and threw him out.
Here's the 2-2. Spoiled by Sanchez. It's a battle of 2 first-place teams. We talked about it as we came on the air tonight. In the city of Chicago, history is being made tonight because 4 first-place teams are playing in the same night in the same city. It's never happened before in the history of Major League Baseball, as Washington is playing the Cubs over on the north side.
Chicago, great baseball city, and a lot of happy baseball fans in it tonight.
They're now in the 8th inning. We're in the bottom of the 5th here. 2-2. Checked his swing. They appeal, and no, says Tim Timmons. So the count is full.
Pretty good battle going on between these two guys right there. That's not a swing.
Well, this is the loudest they've been tonight. 3-2, bases loaded, 1 out. Fouled away.
if you're a hitter in that situation, that's the pitch you're most upset about missing. You figured you're going to get a fastball. You were looking for the fastball, and you fouled it off.
The 3-2 again. Line shot, but foul. Just off the chalk. Hit wickedly, but foul.
In our last 2 nights here, we haven't seen a lot of chess games being played between pitcher and hitter. This ball just fouled just off the line. But we've seen a lot of predictable pitches over the last couple nights in situations like this. Hembree doesn't want to throw a breaking ball in the dirt and walk him here with a 4-2 lead. So it's just pretty much challenge time. He's throwing fastballs, and that's exactly what Sanchez is looking for.
Spoiled again as he flicks it foul. I think you see why Sanchez is such a good hitter in his career with the bases loaded. 10
and
for
why
20.
they left him up there to hit.
Indeed.
I just think this is a really fun aspect of the game when almost everyone in the house knows what's going to happen, and you just see who wins.
Here comes pitch number 10 of this at bat. And he walks him. That'll force in a run. Here comes Cabrera. That'll make it 4-3 Red Sox. Sanchez with his first RBI of the season.
Sanchez outlasted him. See the target set up? Nothing fancy. Let's just go fastball down the middle. This one just gets away from Hembree.
That is the 8th walk from a Red Sox pitcher tonight. And John Farrell is coming out with Austin Jackson due up. Matt Barnes, and he's going to be brought in. And in a very, very tough spot with the bases loaded and 1 down. So that is all for Hembree. 1-run game here in the bottom of the 5th inning in Chicago, and we will be back. Coming on to do the pitching here, and right into a hornet's nest. Bases are loaded up with 1 man out, a run in after Sanchez, a hard-fought at bat, took ball 4 to force in the 3rd run of the night for Chicago. The Red Sox still on top, but they've walked a season high 8 batters, and we're only in the 5th inning. And the last one hurt the most.
And you would never believe that the Red Sox would have the lead when you throw those kind of numbers out.
Barnes with a 2.77 ERA. Sometimes ball 4 has been problematic for Matt as well. 13 innings and 7 walks. Red Sox cannot afford another. Austin Jackson now. He has lined to left and singled. No place to put him. And a hard throwing right-hander. Fouled back for strike 1.
You should have hit that ball. The development of Barnes's breaking pitches, his secondary pitches, aside from his power fastball, this is the best pitch you're going to have to hit in the inning right there. And you didn't hit it.
Lowry at third base, Garcia at second, Sanchez at first, and 1 down. Fouled away. He tried to hold up, but it's 0-2.
Barnes has gone from a guy who was, all due respect to his craft, kind of a thrower, a hard thrower. Didn't develop his secondary pitches very well. He has now done that, and he can be nasty. I would not be surprised to see that nasty slider about right here.
Trying to put away the number 9 hitter.
Climb the ladder.
Almost a little too high. That's a rung he really didn't want to go to.
Yeah. Go up and in and then down and away. This ball almost gets past Ryan Hanigan.
That's a terrific stab by Hanigan, who's thrown out a base stealer tonight. The 1-2 to Jackson. Luke foul out of play. Adam Eaton on deck. He's a very pesky hitter. What do you want to see here on 1-2?
I want to see the breaking ball. I thought maybe they were just wasting that first one up, climb the ladder, and then they'd come with it. They doubled up on that fastball. They clearly think that Barnes can throw the ball past Jackson, but I think he'll screw himself into the ground if he tries to hit a breaking ball.
Check swing. Oh, he nearly offered. He did not, according to Baker at first base, but so close.
Oh.
2-2. Let's take a look.
There is the breaking ball. I thought it was a swing. Let's see it here.
Nope.
Might have held. Well, one of the reasons why guys swing black bats is because they're very difficult to see at night. For the outfielders, for the umpires, for everybody involved.
2-2. Ran it in. So now another full count. And Barnes has to throw a strike.
And again, we're in a situation where pretty much all of us knows what kind of pitch it's going to be.
Bases loaded, 1 out. Another 3-2 pitch on the way. Foul back. 97 in on the knuckles.
That is some serious gas right there.
Now there's that philosophy. Don't get beat on your second best pitch. Let's see if it's number 1 again with something on it.
It's the old number 1.
Here comes another 3-2. Little pop-up down the line. Here comes Mookie Betts to make the catch. The runner's going to try and score. The throw home, the tag. He is out at home. He got Laurie at the plate. And the Red Sox will be out of the inning unless they overturn this. Laurie arguing with the home plate umpire Paul Emmel. Betts coming up gunning and firing down that line. And he is out at home. And the Red Sox get out of it on a double play to retire the side.
I don't think he ever touched the plate.
Hannigan with the tag, and now wait just a second. They are going to go down the line and take a look at this.
Hannigan was not blocking home plate without the ball, but as soon as he caught the ball, he did an outstanding job of keeping Laurie away from home, and I think that's why he was called out. We'll see if he ever got a chance to tag home. Look, he's not blocking the plate here, but as soon as he catches the ball, watch him cut it off.
Well, that's allowed.
Yes, absolutely.
Unless the catcher is in possession of the ball, he cannot block the plate. If he does block it, the runner will be declared safe. But a catcher is allowed to block the pathway if, in the umpire's judgment, he is fielding a throw and contact with the runner was unavoidable.
I don't think he ever touched home. We'll see from this angle. Great job by Hannigan. You can have it. Now I take it away from you.
Yeah, in the act of receiving the throw. So according to the letter of the rule, but of course this is open to interpretation. The last couple of years, because of how the rule has changed on home plate collisions, we have seen so many crazy rulings on this, and it doesn't appear to be consistent.
Not consistent because nobody understands it anymore. It should just go back to the way it was.
Now, of course, they changed it because of some nasty collisions. And the first point of the rule would read, a runner attempting to score may not deviate from his direct path to the plate to initiate contact with the catcher. If, in the judgment of the ump, the runner does initiate contact, he is declared out, obviously attempting to make it safer for the catcher. But this is about whether or not he had possession of the ball in the act of receiving the throw and then blocked the plate in that action.
There it is.
See what they come back with.
I don't think Hannigan did anything wrong. I think he did everything perfectly. And had the play been reversed and it was the Red Sox trying to score and it was Sanchez blocking the plate that way, I'd say the exact same thing.
Mookie Betts lining it up down the line and firing it into Hannigan. The play is under review. If it's upheld, it is a double play to end the inning. If they reverse it, they would give the run to Chicago and the game would be tied at 4-4.
Again, check it out. See his right foot there. I don't think it could have hit the plate, but I think it went over the plate and he never actually touched it.
But I don't think that's why they're looking at this play. I don't believe they're looking at whether he touched the plate or not. I don't believe that's why they're reviewing it.
You think they figure that Hannigan was blocking the plate illegally?
Exactly. I think
Do you
that's
see
what it
him
comes
blocking
down
the
to.
plate illegally, in your opinion?
My opinion, he did everything right.
Yeah.
And I think it should be a double play to end the inning. Because I think he is in the act of receiving the throw and then going to make the tag.
Absolutely.
And by the way, he is still allowed a pathway there. And they are going to come back and rule him out at home plate. That's exactly what they think after taking a long look on the review, and the inning is over. And the Red Sox with a tremendous double play. Presented by DCU. You'll hear from Rick Porcello leading up to his big start against the Yankees. He's 5-0. DCU Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you? A big save by that man, Ryan Hannigan, at home plate. It was a 2-hop throw from the right fielder Mookie Betts. He got the tag down, made a terrific play.
It was beautiful. It was textbook.
He's also thrown out a man at second base trying to steal, so he's had a good night defensively. He's also doubled in a run and taken a walk tonight. Matt Albers is the new pitcher. So Johnson goes the first 5 innings. The Red Sox are still on top by 1.
You know, think about it, how tough it has been for a guy like Hannigan, who's played his entire life behind the plate, to make that adjustment where you cannot block the plate without the ball. He's been doing it his whole life. To reposition yourself.
I think it's true of every catcher.
Sure.
Who's ever put the gear on. It's a whole new ball game.
And I personally don't think most of them like the new rule either. They sign up for that. They enjoy that contact. Same thing at second base. The slide rule at second. There's not a middle infielder that likes that rule change.
Red Sox ahead here 4-3 in the 6th inning. Trying to eke out a win and the series against the White Sox. I really do believe this would be one of the bigger moments of this early part of the season if the Red Sox can win this thing. Take the series win against the White Sox in their home stadium. They have the best record in the American League. They were riding high coming in. So are the Red Sox, of course. Long way to go yet. But boy, if you can board that charter later tonight, having won this series, going into New York, you feel pretty darn good.
Absolutely.
Because, by the way, Baltimore has won. They beat the Yankees 1-0. So Red Sox have to win to stay in first place.
The Red Sox have already won a number of games this year that they would have lost last year in similar situations.
No doubt. No question. Last 2 years. Hard ground ball right to the shortstop, Rollins. 1 man out. Time for a game break now. Brought to you by Jordan's, the furniture store of the Boston Red Sox. And here's TC. TC, thank you very much. So a lot on the line here for the Red Sox tonight as they lead it 4-3. And Jackie Bradley, the batter, he's gone 0 for 2.
We're in the 6th inning. We've seen a whole lot of everything in this one already.
Yes. Jackie trying to run his hitting streak to 11 in a row. It's a career high right now. He was touch and go as to whether he would even be in the lineup till about a half hour before game time. And it's a high fly, well struck to left. Cabrera turning around, and that is out of here. It is gone for JBJ. He powers one to the opposite field, and the Red Sox lead it 5-3.
This ballpark certainly has a reputation as a hitter's ballpark. You're starting to see some of the reasons why. Now, this ball absolutely drilled to left center field by JBJ with a bad finger. Ball up in the zone. Look at the concentration. Look at his head straight down the barrel of the bat. Wow. Sneaks out of here.
It's a nice way to run your streak to 11 in a row.
Why not?
And you mentioned that jammed right ring finger, which he suffered last night, cramming that against the bottom of Todd Frazier's shoe in the play at third base. And that did become swollen overnight.
Sure. And as I can tell you, as a left-handed hitter, that's your most important hand that pulls the bat through the zone.
Red Sox with 3 home runs tonight. Dustin Pedroia and Hanley Ramirez have the others. And they play at third base. We thought he might have gotten spiked, but that was not the case. It was against the bottom of the foot, bottom of the shoe of Frazier. He also had dirt kicked up in his face and into his eyes. He's recovered from all that beautifully.
And Frazier's other foot kind of spiked him in the elbow a little bit.
He's shaking that off. Mookie Betts 0 for 2. Just threw out a runner at home plate, getting a big assist from Hannigan. Ground ball up the middle for a base hit. He's on for the second time.
Begin to get Mookie going again. This offense has been so evenly balanced up and down that you don't notice when a guy starts to struggle. Mookie has been that guy for a little while now.
Now it's a perfect night for Dustin Pedroia. He has homered. He's also singled twice, 3 for 3. He has taken over the league lead in hits with tonight's performance. Last night was the first time he hadn't reached base in a road game all year. Red Sox ahead 5-3. And a ball on Pedroia.
Now, the point you were making about how good you could feel if you won this series heading into New York. This White Sox team has 19 wins. They've been tooting their own horn about how well they've played and the teams they've played against in order to get that record. Some of the better teams in the American League. I think a lot of people look at what the Red Sox had done and said, well, you haven't really been playing against too many good teams. Now you're going to. Red Sox have certainly come in here and held their own with a team that thinks they're the class of the division here.
You got to beat the teams on your schedule, whoever you are. Here comes the 1-0 pitch from Albers. In there for a called strike. Jackie Bradley with that home run was the first earned run Albers had allowed in 35 innings. Dating back to last July 31st.
That's getting it done.
But Jackie takes him out of the ballpark.
Yeah, hung one right on him, didn't he?
Mookie Betts with 6 stolen bases. JBJ has been swinging it. Now Mookie trying to get heated up.
Albers, for a big guy, is fairly quick to home. It's one of the things that Ruben Amaro down there at first base is going to look for. One of the things that they study. Certainly one of the things that Mookie Betts looks at.
Now Pedroia trying to go 4 for 4 before the 6th inning is over. And he knocks a foul in the air out of play.
It's amazing when you make a statement like that. You would generally think the score is like 12-1. This is a 5-3 game.
Now both starters out of the game. Henry Owens started. He did not get an out in the 4th inning. Had a lot of control problems. Here's the 1-2. And he popped him up on the right side. Laurie there with plenty of time now on the dirt. Now onto the grass to make the grab. So Dustin retired for the first time tonight. And they're a 2 away for Xander Bogaerts. Xander is hitless. He has struck out, lined to second, and popped up. But his last 13 games, he's hitting .442. Red Sox have played pretty well here at U.S. Cellular Field. Snap toss down to first. Nice backhanded stab by Abreu. That almost went into right field.
We've seen that on consecutive nights. The play that Bradley jammed his finger on last night was an ugly throw down to third. This one, not so pretty. Good job by Abreu to knock the thing down and keep it in front of him.
Red Sox are 56 and 53 here on the south side of Chicago in this ballpark all time. The second best record of any visiting opponent behind the Yankees. 0-1 hammered to third. Frazier with it. Long toss and a sweep tag, and he got him. Abreu made the play to retire the side, but the Red Sox get another run on the home run and now lead it 5-3. Moving your diet to the latest cancer treatments. Learn all about stomach disease this month from experts at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. Visit bidmc.org/health for more information. Now the Red Sox on top 5-3 here to the bottom of the 6th inning. They have 10 hits to the White Sox 7. Adam Eaton, the leadoff man, has not been retired with 2 singles and a walk. Hot shot, backhanded by Bogaerts, off balance, got him right on the money.
He is learning how to make so many different kinds of plays out there. He had the option, but knowing how well Eaton runs down the line, he had the option of planting that foot and making a big, hard, strong throw. Instead, he got a quick release and kind of lobbed it over there. Just making sure that he turned and was very, very quick, made sure the throw was on line. Gets Eaton out by steps. A completely different player than a couple seasons ago.
Rollins has not had a whole lot to swing at. The Red Sox have walked him 3 times. He's had 2 games in his career where he's walked 4 times.
You know, when you talk about Bogaerts at short, and you certainly saw him play during his difficult times a couple seasons ago. I had thought that, you know, we knew that he was going to be a hitter. We knew he was going to be a player. And so people say, well, this is an all-star type player when he matures. But I didn't see a gold glove player. I thought I saw a guy with a little bit heavy feet, even for a youngster. He wasn't going to get quicker. He's changed my mind on that. I think he has the potential ability to not only be an all-star, but be a gold glove shortstop. And I would have never said that a couple seasons ago.
He's increased his range. His feet are quicker.
His hands are better.
The 1-2.
I think maybe the biggest reason that we all were not overly critical, but wondering if it would ever. The kid was 21 years old. He was 22 years old. My goodness.
But Brian Butterfield went to work with him.
It's the best in the business right there.
Yep. Seems to prove that routinely. Punch to the right side. Dustin Pedroia there. 2 up and 2 down. Attention Red Sox Nation. There's a reason why the Red Sox and the rest of America run on Dunkin'. Because Dunkin' iced coffee is consistently smooth and delicious. Dunkin' Donuts coffee started right here in Boston, and the #1 coffee in New England. The Boston Red Sox run on Dunkin'. The Red Sox pitching staff has not enjoyed a 1-2-3 inning. But Barnes is right there now. Here comes Abreu. He's hit into a double play, struck out and flied out to left, so they have silenced him to this point.
Yeah, where's that pitch right there? You throw that kind of a pitch on the first pitch to Abreu, thinking that he might be sitting dead red, and you throw a nasty breaking ball and don't get the call.
And the 1-0 fouled away. Back to that pitch you were talking about.
I mean, this is not a pitch that I'd want to have to hit if I was hitting. I still think it's a strike.
Boy, so did Ryan Hannigan. Kept it there for 2 extra seconds.
So did the pitch zone.
Bases empty, 2 down.
See that good biting late action on that breaking ball. That's not a pitch he used to have. It's made him so much more of a complete pitcher. Like when you're a young guy like him coming up through the minor leagues, you can get guys to swing at your hard fastball in the minor leagues. Up here, they take it or they hit it. You better come up with something different.
2-1. Pedroia right there again to stab it. And that's the 1-2-3 we've been looking for. And at the end of 6, 5-3 Boston. Facts are brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. And looking at the all-time home run leaders in Red Sox history, Ted Williams, of course, at 521, then Yaz at 452, and David Ortiz 1 away from tying the great Carl Yastrzemski in all-time Red Sox history after hitting number 509 overall last night to tie him with Gary Sheffield for 25th on the all-time list. And facing a left-hander in Dan Jennings, who has a 1.13 ERA, so he's been tough to hit. And Ortiz to lead off the 7th. Red Sox with a 5-3 lead.
Dave, you've been doing this for a long time. You've certainly been watching Big Papi for a long time. Do you ever feel like you've taken for granted the greatness that he shows every day?
I think sometimes it does happen with people.
Like you almost get used to how good he's been.
Particularly in the clutch. You come to depend on it so much. And then he does what he did the other day against the Yankees. He does it again. We shouldn't take any of it for granted, especially during this last year of his career.
Last season you get to see it.
His farewell tour. Going to be doing a little bit of everything, I think. Hitting home runs, base hits, and also doing a little acting.
Yeah.
He was able to check there, says Tim Timmons.
When you're talking 25th all-time on the home run list, second behind only Yaz in Red Sox history. Goodness.
Got one last night against Carlos Rodon. That went inside, and he got a piece of the bat, and then it hit the catcher Sanchez on his hand.
Obviously, what I meant was a couple more home runs. He passes Yastrzemski. He'll be number 2 on the all-time list behind Ted. He has not been comfortable against this guy. I'll tell you what. Jennings is one of the best kept secrets in the game. He doesn't give up anything.
Well, a 3-1 to David. Hanley Ramirez on deck. And he fouls that one away. David upset with himself on that swing. Rodon said last night, somebody asked him, what did you learn facing Papi for the first time in this season? He said, don't throw a fastball down the middle to David Ortiz. That's what I learned today. He said you tip your cap to him 509 times now. The 3-2. Hard ground ball, but foul. The home run swing last night went 397.
Trying to get the ball away from him, and they did not. Wow.
We loved how the catcher, Deanna Navarro, was asking for a new baseball while David was completing his follow through. Give me another one. That one's gone.
And it ain't coming back.
Once again, the 3-2. He got jammed.
You look at some of the numbers that Jennings has been able to throw out there. In his last 31 outings, ZRA is .85. And that's just flat out getting it done every time you show up.
Red Sox leading 5-3 in the 7th. Pretty good battle here. Look at David. I mean, he's had a couple of pitches to hit. That last one was center cut. He wanted to destroy that and was angry when he didn't do it.
Right here. Ooh.
Quite a battle here. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Ortiz leading off the 7th. And he walks him. Let's get out of Garrett.
Thanks, OB. Well, yesterday you mentioned that David Ortiz would reenact his famous speech from 2013 in the upcoming movie Patriots Day. Well, I talked to him before the game, and he said he was approached by good friend Mark Wahlberg, who actually came to Fenway Park dressed like a police officer to ask him to be in the movie. Ortiz said that they're going to try to shoot next week, and he's looking forward to doing it. And I asked him if it would be tough to emotionally reenact it. He said nothing will ever compare to the emotions that he felt giving that speech in 2013.
Oh, boy, here. All of us in the ballpark that day, we got a chance to hear it live.
Yeah, I think that's what we were talking about is you can act. You can put the show on, but there's no way you can reach down and feel the emotion that he had that day.
I love that tidbit. Mark Wahlberg showing up as a police officer.
Do it or else.
Do it or there will be consequences. I think he'll be able to do it. knowing
I think it'll be excellent.
I mean, who loves the bright lights more than David Ortiz? They're going to do it on a sound stage, of course. So that'll be fascinating. Hanley has walked, he has homered, and he has grounded out tonight.
Yeah, there are very few actors that actually get to play themselves, so he should be good at it.
This is a role that he has nailed
for a long time.
Tazawa loosening in the bullpen. Red Sox have to do it by committee because Henry Owens only went 3 innings tonight. Yet the Red Sox still lead it 5-3. And that's down and in.
Big hole on the right side of the infield for Hanley Ramirez. We've seen him go that way a bunch.
Now we'll see if Hanley gets a green light. Ortiz on at first base and nobody out. Nothing there for him. He takes ball 4, back-to-back walks. Well, if you have a son or daughter who wants to learn more about baseball or the Red Sox, make sure you visit NessonClubhouse.com. Videos, games, and a whole lot more. It's fun, free, and easy to use. Visit NessonClubhouse.com today. And Don Cooper marching out to the hill again.
You know, we've been talking about the showdowns in this game, not only tonight, but in last night's ball game, where you get to the point of 3-2 count where you're in a little bit of trouble. You can't afford to walk a guy, so you know what's coming. Ortiz was expecting a fastball right here. He didn't get it. He didn't spin himself in the ground trying to hit it because his plate discipline and pitch recognition is so far superior to anybody else. Almost everyone else swings at that pitch, and he doesn't. For ball 4, and he takes his walk.
Sharing a laugh with Jimmy Rollins, who is the shortstop.
He shares a laugh with strangers walking down the street.
He and Jimmy are pretty tight, though. Here's Travis Shaw. The Red Sox trying to add on. He has tripled, and he's also struck out twice. Nobody out, and a great chance here. And there's a strike. Ortiz at second. Hanley Ramirez at first. And the 0-1 to the left-handed hitter. Line past third and a foul. Brock Holt is on deck. Those two having a good time with each other. Rollins had a long ode to Big Papi in the pregame with a microphone. Did he hold up on the pitch in the dirt? Nope, he went. He committed, according to third base ump Tim Timmons. And down goes Travis Shaw on strikes for the 3rd time tonight.
This organization has been tough on Shaw. He had the triple earlier in tonight's ball game. As you see the swing there, he only has 2 hits in his career against the White Sox. Hasn't spanned that long, but talking just over 20 at bats.
It brings up Brock Holt. A single, a sac fly for a run in. He's also struck out. 1 away, 2 on. He takes a fastball in for strike 1. Now the huge play in this game was the double play that cut down a runner at home plate on the throw from Mookie Betts, and a terrific play by the man on deck, Ryan Hannigan, to keep the runner off the plate and complete the double play that occurred with the bases loaded. In for a called strike, and it's 0-2. Runners lead at first and second. Jennings really slows down with men on base. And it's punch foul. Well, this was the play of the game so far.
Nice play by Mookie, getting to the line, just making the catch. Quick throw to the plate, a couple bouncer, but then the outstanding play by Hannigan, blocking that plate, not blocking it too early, catching it, moving to the plate, making sure that Laurie could not get to the plate, and he was out. You think about it, Hannigan's had his hand in both of the plays that really kind of cut down the White Sox, also throwing out a base stealer.
1-2. The play was then under review, and they upheld the call, which was out at home. They did rule that Hannigan did not violate the collision rule. He did not block the pathway. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. 2-2. Sanchez working hard back there.
That was an excellent block. Hannigan's the only one cheering for him. He knows how hard it is. Watch how far he has to move out of his own crouch, almost to the other batter's box. Keep that ball softly in front of him.
Brock Holt with a 4-game hitting streak. Did not play the first 2 games of the series against the lefty starters. The 2-2. You got Jan. That's a swinging bunt up the first base line. Jennings falls down, and it's going to be a fair ball. And the bases are going to be loaded. And so that's going to be a base hit.
Well, Jennings knows he has to hustle because Holt is hustling down the line. It doesn't look, it's not going to go foul. And then it looked like his body took a bad hop.
And right into a bases loaded 1-out situation for Ryan Hannigan. So Brock Holt with his second hit on the swinging bunt. Red Sox can really put a big time hurt on Chicago right now.
And what a guy to be able to do it. Hannigan gets a base hit right here, drives in a couple. He will have had his hand in almost everything in this game that mattered.
He has an RBI double already, and he'll look at a strike. He's also walked and grounded out to the shortstop. So David Ortiz at third, Hanley Ramirez at second, Brock Holt at first. Red Sox ahead 5-3 in the 7th inning. They are in no hurry to get to New York, but could care less if they win this game. What hour they get into Gotham. Here's the 0-1. Ground ball to the second baseman, to Rollins, and they turn 2 and get out of the inning. So no magic that time for Ryan Hannigan. Sox load him up but do not score. Here in the 7th inning, the fans will stretch 5-3. The Red Sox have the lead here in Chicago. Out the results of our Dunkin' Donuts poll question. And this was a little off the map tonight. We asked which type of pizza is better, Chicago style, the deep dish, or the East Coast thin crust. And here are your answers. Well, way out in front, the thinner crust pizza at 69%. Get me over to New Haven. That's my kind of pizza.
Where?
New Haven, Connecticut.
New Haven, there you go.
Oh my, best pizza on earth.
Well, you know what? Might have to go get a slice.
Maybe
not
more.
in New Haven, but in New York City. We'll be right there. Why
We'll
not?
be right there.
I'm not above it.
Trust me, folks, when I tell you he is not above it.
My diet's been out the window for a little while.
I don't know how you eat what you eat, man. But you eat a lot of it. Keeping your figure.
Oh, yeah.
Bottom half of the seventh.
Round.
And here comes Junichi Tozawa out of the bullpen. Had a rough outing here the other night for sure. He had a scoreless streak going in of 8 1/3, but that ended with 2 runs, 2 hits, and 2 walks in just 1/3 of an inning.
Yep. He generally bounces back nicely from tough outings.
A key 7th inning for the Red Sox bullpen with Frazier, Cabrera, and Laurie the hitters. And if he can hold, that sets it up for Koji and Kimbrel. As the Sox try and win the series in Chicago against a red-hot team and maintain first place in the American League East.
On a night where the Red Sox have walked more than in any other night this year, it's key to throw strikes now.
He drops in a hook for a strike. Frazier's walked twice and flied to right. The Red Sox have somehow to this point survived issuing 8 bases on balls, including 1 with the bases loaded. The 1-2 into the dirt. Frazier has done absolutely no damage to the Red Sox in this series. He is 0 for 8 and he has struck out 3 times.
And there's a possibility that you could end up walking him for the 3rd time in this game.
The 2-2 to the former Cincinnati Red. Cut on and missed. Down he goes, strike 3. This greater coverage of baseball is brought to you by T-Mobile. Taking a look at the Yankees before the Red Sox head to New York for the weekend. They are now 9-17, last in the AL East, 6.5 back. Alex Rodriguez has been placed on the 15-day disabled list with a hamstring strain, so will not play against the Red Sox.
Once you start getting to an older age, those hamstring strains don't heal up as quickly.
Cabrera 1 for 3. John Farrell has to love the way the pitching lines up because Rick Porcello goes in 5-0 with a 2.76 ERA on Friday. David Price goes on Saturday and Stephen Wright goes on Sunday.
And when you look at the first series against the Yankees, it was A-Rod who was the most damaging player.
Just a bit low with the fastball to make it 2-0. Cabrera beat out an infield single in the 5th inning. He's 1 for 3. Red Sox leading 5-3. Short night for Henry Owens. 3 innings and 1 batter. And he walks 6 men. Keep up with Red Sox this season by following Nesson on Instagram. Follow Nesson today at Instagram.com/Nesson. Red Sox would love to get it to Kimbrel tonight. Craig Kimbrel has earned the save in each of his last 4 appearances, and he has faced the minimum number of batters in that span. He's been golden.
Yes. So much fun to watch.
Check swing. You make a great point too. I mean, he's electrifying.
His stuff is just so nasty. Some things in this game are unfair, and he's one of them. When you have to think about hitting a 98-mile-an-hour fastball, fine, there's some guys that can do it. We've seen some guys hit it off of him. But if you have to think of the other pitches he throws up there too, it's not fair. If you guess right, you might hit him.
Base hit to left, out of the range of Xander Bogaerts. So Cabrera is on with a 1-out single. Red Sox hoping to get it to the closer tonight. This one's in the 7th. And a man on for Lowry, who has gone 1 for 2 with a single. He's also taken ball 4. Now you talk about scary. The Red Sox were actually in Toronto 4 years ago when this happened. But Lowry was then a Blue Jay, and he was in Toronto. He was shopping. He was around a food court area. He was actually shopping for sunglasses when a shooting took place. And one person was killed. And he was actually very close by, but he escaped unharmed. And later he tweeted out that he was rattled by that experience. I should say so. In there for a strike.
He's got to pick a different mall to shop at.
A walk, a strikeout, a single tonight.
There's that vampire look there. Those mouth guards are generally built to help you relax your jaw.
A little high for a ball. Yes, very Dracula-like.
Lowry has the habit of when he does not have that mouthpiece in place like it is there, kind of sticks it out and bites it.
Anybody who has a 7-year-old soccer player
should have one of those.
Well, they all have them, and it's rarely in their mouths the way it's supposed to be. So we all know that sensation watching that.
I thought you were going to tell me if you do have a 7-year-old and you're watching it, you should have one because you're so nervous about it.
Well, there's that too. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Taz again, not afraid to go to that curveball when he needs it.
Yeah. He's used that a lot more than the split.
Cabrera at first, 1 out, and the 1-2. And he got him. Back to the fastball.
Wow. He just threw this one right by him. He's the most consistent fastball out of the pen. He's always 94. Fastball always 94.
Hey, Lexus is making a pledge to strikeout hunger, and for every strikeout by a Sox pitcher, Lexus donates $50 to the Greater Boston Food Bank. So 2 down.
I mean, every guy that throws a fastball, sometimes you hump up and throw it a little harder. Other times it's not as good, but I've never seen a guy throw the most consistent pitch at 94 almost every time he throws it. And then he's got his other breaking stuff to go along with it. He had Lowry looking for a breaking ball, and he threw it right by him.
Avisail Garcia has homered and singled tonight. He punches a foul. He's gone 2 for 3. They have 1 home run. The Sox have hit 3. Dustin Pedroia, the second hitter into the ball game, blasted a home run. Andy Ramirez homered in the 3rd, and Jackie Bradley in the 6th inning. For Garcia, that was his 4th home run in the 4th inning.
Keep it away from him. Nice.
0-2.
You see where Hannigan set up, and where Taz threw it. Look at that setup. Hit the location. Oh, that's pretty. We have seen a tremendous amount of beauty in the game tonight. Just some really pretty plays.
And some ugliness with all the walks.
Yeah, that too.
The 0-2 pitch. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
You know, like that the second pitch there, a perfectly executed pitch, right where the catcher wants it. You know, Hannigan and his play at home, where he did everything perfect in order to get the out. If he doesn't do everything perfectly the way he did it, guy's safe.
Some real fine defense at shortstop tonight. Now to Xander Bogaerts. 1-2. Fouled back by Garcia.
You know, something that's forgotten a little bit, even though Cabrera ended up scoring, but the play that Jackie Bradley made, charging a ball and throwing it home so that you save the run. He has to stop at third. The presence of his arm keeps someone from scoring.
It's like a great throwing catcher. It's a stop sign. He'll be leading off the next inning. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. A half-hearted effort by Garcia. He strikes him out, and he winds up with 3 Ks in the inning. Well, Jackie's already homered. He'll be at it again when we come back. 5-3 Sox. On Dining Playbook, Billy and Jenny try out a new sport, bubble soccer, and you can learn what local spots to hit before, during, and after a Red Sox game. Don't miss Dining Playbook Saturday morning at 9 on NESN, driven by your New England Chevy dealers. Steve Lyons, Dave O'Brien with it. Red Sox with a 5-3 lead as we go to the 8th inning. Jennings still out there, and Jackie Bradley 1 for 3 with a home run to lead off the inning. His home run just getting up and over the yellow line in left field. An opposite field shot. His second home run. Mookie Betts and Dustin Pedroia will also bat in this inning.
Well, a nice pitch down and away that he just dug out and elevated.
So that's how he extended his hitting streak to 11 in a row. 3-0. Red Sox have drawn 4 walks. The White Sox have accepted 8.
And we talk about the evolution of Bogaerts at short, and the same can be said of JBJ. Kind of watched him mature into a pretty darn good player over the last couple seasons. Starting to fulfill the promise that everybody saw in him.
You know, we've shown a lot of confidence in him as John Farrell.
Especially in this situation too, against lefties. Used to be an automatic pinch hit.
Up high for ball 4. So that's how the 8th inning gets underway. A free pass to JBJ with Mookie Betts striding up. Well, did you know that NESN is a brand new site for car enthusiasts? It is NESN Fuel, your new home for everything automotive. Visit NessonFuel.com and follow Nesson Fuel on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram today. Mookie's been on base twice with a walk and a single. Red Sox pen would love a nice cushion here. Right now, a 2-run lead. Koji getting loose.
Yes, I think he is.
Doesn't take long for him.
Doing a little two-step out there.
He's always been a guy who warms up very quickly. Fouled back and a big rip by Mookie.
Showed up last night, pitched and barely had a t-shirt on. It was so cold last night, and he's just, hey, it's like summertime. Doesn't wear long sleeves. Mookie's got his sweatshirt with the hood working.
Another chilly night here. When will it stop, Steve? When will spring/summer finally arrive here in America?
Well, oddly enough, tomorrow it's supposed to be near 80 degrees right here in Chicago.
Just as we leave. Popped him up. Maybe catchable. Abreu giving chase. Laurie as well, and he slides but can't get it. And a right fielder, Eaton, could not get it. Well, tonight, following Red Sox coverage on Nesson Sports Today, the striker will attempt to make Tom Brady's famous avocado ice cream. Nesson Sports Today, presented by People's United Bank. See what know-how can do. Tom Brady has a new cookbook out.
Is he a whiz in the kitchen?
I have no idea.
But he has to be.
I think Gary is. That's the important thing.
Oh, yeah.
The 1-2 just missed, apparently. It's been a strange plate tonight with Paul Emmel. I mean, that looked like it was right on the corner.
It has been a big strike zone for the most part, and then all of a sudden you won't get anything. He felt that went around the plate.
Mookie Betts caught a break there. Here comes the 2-2 with Jackie at first base and moves him back.
Oh, I hope Jennings tries to come middle in to Mookie right here. Come hard in with a fastball.
Red Sox ahead 5-3 in the 8th inning. And Jennings with a 3-2 pitch. Too high, and he walked him. Back-to-back ball fours. That happened last inning, too.
Yeah.
And the batter will be Dustin Pedroia. And Cooper is heading out to the mound again. He is wearing out a path from his dugout.
What's he going to say that he didn't tell him last time?
Whatever he did last time worked, because he struck out Travis Shaw and eventually got out of the inning with a double play. Zach Putnam throwing in their pen. And I would assume they're getting him heated up for Xander Bogaerts. Hey, don't miss the Charity Classic benefit concert featuring Grammy award-winning Lady Antebellum at the Dunkin' Donuts Center in Providence on June 28th. If you're a country fan, you already know they're fantastic. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com/Charity Classic Fenway.
Will be working?
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, runners on at first and second. We get to do baseball, though.
That's right.
A big night for Pedroia. A home run, 2 singles. Just keeps on hitting. 325 for the batting clip. And he'll take high for ball 1.
Mike Pedroia is the perfect hitter in the Red Sox lineup to be up right now. I mean, it's a 5-3 game. This thing is not over with. And I think Petey is a guy that understands that and wants to tack on right here. I think he'll have a good at bat.
He's looking for a 4-hit game here in Chicago. Hard hit, but foul. I think that's another great sign, and there's so many of them, sizing up the kind of season Dustin Pedroia looks like he's having, is the hard foul balls. I mean, he's hitting everything hard, even the stuff he's hooking or slicing, like the home run into the pesky pole, the grand slam. That was hit hard.
Yeah, it was. And his ability to go that way. I mean, he got to the point with the injured wrist where he had to cheat, and he was pulling everything. Going the other way has made the difference. That's what has been giving him so many of his hits.
1-1, and he'll look at a strike. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 on. Jackie Bradley took a walk. Mookie Betts followed with ball 4.
Great speed on the bases.
Play on at second, but not in time to get Jackie. One of those timing plays.
And Jackie was acting like he was wanting to dance off of there and potentially steal third base too. And Mookie's on first, and what he does is his entire concentration is basically on JBJ. He's going to be watching everything he does. If Jackie goes, Mookie goes. You see him watching Jackie?
1-2, and fought off foul. Five runs on 11 hits for the Red Sox and no errors. 3 runs, 8 hits, no errors for Chicago. The winner of this game wins the series.
When you have JBJ and Mookie on the base paths, they both have the green light. Butterfield will take the steal off for them. He'll say don't go if they don't want him to. He'll let them make their decisions.
The left-hander's 1-2. Ground ball right side toward the hole. Lowry has to go to first base, and that's in time as the runners move up to second and third. So it's a productive out for Dustin Pedroia.
Very much so. Not what he wanted to do, was hoping to drive the ball into the gap, but you get to the point where you want to make sure that you do something that's productive for the team, and that's it.
So that gets it to Xander Bogaerts, who has gone 0 for 4, but he's certainly been one of the hottest Red Sox hitters here in recent days, extending his hitting streak last night to 6 in a row and hitting .309. The infield creeping in again for Chicago. 2 men in scoring position.
Do they really pitch to Xander?
They've got David Ortiz on deck. Swing and a line shot right center on the move. Jackson. He makes the catch. Back to tag. Jackie Bradley. Here's the throw, and it's cut. And another run is in, and the Red Sox lead it 6-3. Xander Bogaerts delivers the RBI. Thought for a moment that might fall in. Jackson got to it in good shape, but it produces a run.
That's the difference that Jackson has created defensively for this White Sox outfield. Being able to run down something like that. That was a wickedly slicing glide drive off the bat of Xander Bogaerts.
And don't forget about the productive out by Pedroia.
Made the difference.
And here comes David Ortiz, and quite possibly for the last time here in Chicago. 1 for 3 with a walk tonight. He has a single. Line to right field. Fair ball down into the corner. That should go for extras. Another run is in. Poppy heading for second. He slides in with a double and an RBI. So that's his last at bat in Chicago. He does it in style.
Tip your cap.
And the Red Sox are on top 7-3. David with his 23rd RBI.
Some people have the audacity to question whether or not he's still quick inside. Kidding me? He's not so quick when he's running.
quick enough, though.
Well, those hands are quick.
David keeps on swinging it. 23 runs batted in. And here comes Ventura. So that'll do it for Jennings. Those 2 walks were enormously costly finally. He walked 2 men last inning. Nothing came of that, but he walked Bradley and Betts, and they both just scored.
Everybody's been walking today.
And Putnam is coming on. I'm surprised. To keep his lefty Jennings in to take on David Ortiz, but he paid the price.
Yeah, he did, especially with Big Papi at the plate. And I'll tell you what, I mean, not only the quick hands, but watch the hustle. Right out of the box, he's smelling double. Nice turnaround first. Knows Eaton's got a fantastic arm and right, so you got to hustle all the way in there to second base.
So Big Papi with his 23rd RBI, and the Red Sox now with a sizable lead.
You and I were discussing during the break there, and that's why I kind of mentioned I wasn't sure if they would pitch to Bogaerts. He hit the first pitch for the line drive to drive in the run. Thought they would have maybe pitched around him and left Jennings in to face Big Papi. Obviously hit that double down the line, but if you load the bases, you have a chance to double up, get a double play with Big Papi up there facing the tough lefty.
Here's Hanley Ramirez with a big swing and a miss. He has walked twice and cracked a home run. And the line on Putnam to date, the right-hander finally brought into the game. .450 ERA in 9 appearances. Red Sox ahead 7-3 in the 8th inning. And David Ortiz at second base after an RBI double. Ooh. That's a strike. Now Ross is now loosening up in the bullpen. And not Koji anymore. Koji has sat down.
Seems like a while since we've seen Ross.
Well, the 4-run lead. John Farrell changing his mind about who to go with out of the bullpen. The Red Sox are currently carrying 13 pitchers, but John Farrell says very soon they're going to shed one and go with another position player.
That gives them more flexibility on the bench in pitch hitting situations.
1-2.
Marco Hernandez made a couple appearances up and down, but they really like having him around on the bench.
Henry Owens, a starter, lasted just a little over 3 innings. I don't think he ever went in. I think he stayed on the bench the whole night. One and two.
Throw.
Hanley a .381 road batting average, and another one down into the dirt. Baltimore snuck by the Yankees tonight in 10 innings, 1-0. So the Red Sox have to win the game to leave Chicago still in first place. Heading for New York. Rick Porcello to go on Friday against Michael Pineda in Game 1. Here's the 2-2 to the right side. Laurie has that, and that will retire the side. But the Red Sox had a couple of big runs. We go to the bottom of the 8th. 7-3 Red Sox. Brought to you by Xfinity. Short night for Owens, but Pedroia has been hot, 3 for 5 with a home run. David Ortiz 2 for 4 with a double. Jackie Bradley and Hanley Ramirez is homered as well. And for the White Sox, their starter Johnson only went 5 innings. Garcia has cracked his 4th home run of the season, but the Red Sox are on top 7-3 as we take it to the last half of the 8th inning, and it's Robbie Ross, the left-hander, to make his 9th appearance.
Look at the numbers on Ross. Well, he has come in and thrown some nasty pitches to different hitters at times. I think they really thought they needed to get him some work too as things changed out there in the bullpen.
Yeah, Koji was warming up, but then sat down. Here's Sanchez. He walked with the bases loaded in the 5th inning. Had a terrific at bat there, and that forced in a run. And at the time made it 4-3 Red Sox. Now the Red Sox have breathing room. It has already been a long night here in Chicago, but a successful night so far for Boston. They're on the verge of winning this series and slowing down the White Sox.
How many walks in this game?
15. Fouled away.
15. It's not the way they drew it up, huh?
No, sir. One of those games, if you win it, you could care less.
When you lose, there's a lot of things you can point to.
Line foul. You made a great point earlier about the White Sox and how confident they were as the Red Sox came to town. And of course, they won the first game of the series and have the best record in the American League. But if the Red Sox come in here and take 2 out of 3, that really slows down their freight train a little bit.
I think that was kind of the battle cry coming in here, was this will be a good test to see how good we are early in the year.
Cut on a miss, and down he goes, strike 3.
Ross has been good. Got a good breaking ball. He can run that fastball up in the zone. He's kind of transformed himself as a viable member out of that bullpen too, just blowing you away upstairs.
One away, and Austin Jackson will climb in. 1 for 3 with a base hit. Red Sox with 12 hits, including 3 home runs. These have been two good bullpens. And the Red Sox was improved dramatically while we've been here in Chicago because Carson Smith is back out there.
He's looking good too, isn't he?
A strike. He is going to be a difference maker. As hard as he throws with the heavy sink and that great slider, he's nasty. Ross is dealing here 95 to blow that one right by Jackson. 2-2.
Watch the violent follow through on Ross. Up off the ground. Jumping around.
The 2-2. Pedroia snags it, fires off balance for out number 2. NESN is looking for youth baseball and softball teams to be a live studio audience for NESN Clubhouse. Visit NESNClubhouse.com and click on studio audience to enter your son or daughter's team today. Here's the leadoff man, Adam Eaton. He's been on base 3 times with a couple of singles. He's also taken a walk. Base is clean with 2 down, and he punches a foul for strike 1. With a victory, the Red Sox, for the first time this year, would go to 6 games over 500 at 17-11. That just missed. 1 ball and 1 strike on Eaton. And the White Sox would drop to 19-10 with a loss. They're having a terrific year, as are the Cubs. Cubs won tonight on the north side 5-2. They beat the Nationals.
It's a pretty common statement on the north side these days. That is a powerhouse team.
2-2. Bears repeating, though, history was made in the city of Chicago tonight. 4 first-place teams played on the same night in the same city. It's never happened before in Major League Baseball history anywhere. The 2-2. Full count here on Eaton. In the 9th inning, the Red Sox have 2 up: Shaw, Holt, and Hannigan. Leading by 4. And the 3-2 pitch. And it is inside for ball 4, which we have said more than once tonight.
16 times.
As the 9th free pass issued by the Red Sox. The Red Sox win this game. It's going to be a head scratcher for a lot of people who look at the box score, just because of all the walks.
Yeah, and you know, now it's a 7-3 game, but earlier on when the score was like 5-3, 4-2, you're saying, oh my gosh, you would think there would be so many more runs on the board given the bad pitching that we've seen.
Jimmy Rollins has walked 3 times and grounded out to second. The Red Sox staff has allowed 8 hits, and they have picked the right spots to allow those hits. That one is off the outside. I think one of the most amazing things, Steve, is that not one man who has taken ball 4 for Chicago has scored.
That's unbelievable.
A strike.
I guess you can't say, hey, those walks, they come back to hurt you.
I think you can still say that.
And there was a lot of leadoff walks too.
Oh yeah. Yep, there was one in the 2nd inning, another in the 3rd inning. There was one with the bases loaded. That's in there for strike 3. Well, he put away Rollins very quickly after the ball 4. And we go to the 9th inning in Chicago. The Red Sox with a 7-3 advantage. Young Red Sox fan here in Chicago and loving what he's watching tonight. The Red Sox with a 7-3 lead as we go to the 9th inning. It'll be Travis Shaw to lead things off, then Brock Holt and Ryan Hanigan, who's been right in the middle of it tonight, the Red Sox catcher. Flared foul as Travis looks for his second hit. He does have a triple back in the 3rd inning, his 2nd of the season. Sox with a 4-run lead in the 9th.
Travis has been pretty good all season long, where you think he's kind of having, he had the triple in the game, but then he had a couple other disappointing at bats. Finds a way late in the game to get another big hit for himself and make that day even better. This would obviously be the time to do it.
He does have that grinder mentality.
Remember when he had the 5 RBIs with the 3-run homer and then the 2-run double. The homer came very, very early. Then a couple weird at bats, little maybe gave away a few of that at bats, and then came in and drilled that ball off the right field wall for 2 or more RBIs for a total of 5.
He lines that one right to the first baseman Abreu along the line. Hit it well, but for now, 1 away in the 9th. Conversation there, Carl Willis and Ross, and we'll see if he's coming out to pitch another inning. It looks like he will. He's talking with Brad Pearson, a trainer, though. So you wonder if something might be up. Brock Holt getting in. He has singled twice. He's also driven in a run with a sacrifice, hitting .284. He's now hit safely in 4 straight. It's interesting with Brock. He began his career against the American League Central, the White Sox division, 0 for 17. Since then, he's hitting like .370 against that division.
He doesn't want to go.
Followed that one all the way back into the mid for a ball.
You know, I think it's hard to look at historic stats with a guy like Holt, because earlier in his career with the Red Sox, he's in and out of the lineup. He was up and down for a while. Took him a while to actually establish himself as a guy who's going to get a chance to play every day. So you would think the early numbers would be uglier than the way they are now.
A strike. 1-2. Red Sox just seem to look like a different team when he's in the lineup. He lunged at that one right back to Putnam. The underhand flip gets him. 2 up, 2 down.
Well, TC's a big proponent of that. He knows the numbers. I don't exactly know them, but when he's in the lineup, they win. If he's not, they don't always win. Their record is tremendous if he's playing.
That is exactly why TC is an Emmy nominee.
And why, if you want to know those numbers, you have to hang around and watch the post-game show.
Yes.
TC and Jim Rice will be bringing it to you, and he will say those numbers again.
It's worth it for far more than that, believe me. As Hanigan gets in, he's doubled in a run, walked, grounded out to short, and hit into a double play. He's also thrown out a runner trying to steal and did a tremendous job blocking someone off home plate. That was Lowry trying to score as part of a double play that ended the inning after Chicago had loaded up the bases. Sharply hit, but Rollins right there. And that'll do it. The Red Sox go 1-2-3 in the 9th inning. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Red Sox trying to wrap this one up. Lion says it's been a thing of beauty, but it's certainly been a long one. We know that because back home it is now after midnight, and the Red Sox lead at 7-3. Every win is beautiful.
And I take exception with all the guys down in the truck that were laughing at me when I said I saw some beautiful things in this game.
That was after like the 14th walk that was issued.
We have seen some ugliness too, but there have been some really pretty plays in this game.
Abreu swings and tags a high deep fly to right field. Betts is back to the wall, and he makes the catch and slams into that wall. Nicely done by Mookie Betts, who's made a couple of fine plays in right.
You know, instincts in the outfield are very tough to develop, and he has done that so quickly. You watch the jump he gets and watch him turn and run to the spot where he thinks the ball is going to come down, then turns back around and looks at it. Look at it with his back to the infield, taking off. Now he looks back up, sees the ball, grabs it, and runs into the chain link fence. That just doesn't come overnight, and it has for him because it had to for him.
He's had a really good series defensively, hasn't he?
He's just an outstanding athlete.
So one away here in the bottom of the ninth inning. Frazier, the batter, he's walked twice, flied to right, and struck out. Red Sox ahead 7-3 and closing in on what will be an outstanding early season series win, which would be 2-1 on the road against the team with the best record in the American League and a very confident Chicago team, but John Farrell's team on the verge of besting them and then moving on to New York. And that despite the fact the Red Sox did not get a good start tonight out of Henry Owens.
And the bullpen had to do the bulk of the work again.
Cracked foul and has once again come up aces, allowing just one run since Henry Owens left the game after allowing a home run in the 4th inning.
Red Sox have the opportunity to storm into New York and jump on a team that's down.
Yankees lost again tonight, 1-0 in 10 innings. 2-2. And so technically later tonight is the first game of that series between the Sox and the Yankees. Certainly is East Coast time. We're still on Central.
One of the big reasons why the Red Sox have the opportunity to take 2 out of 3 in this series is that guy right there, who has done nothing against them in this series.
And Frazier's 0 for 9.
One of the most dangerous hitters in this league.
Check swing, a pitch into the dirt, the appeal, and no, says Jordan Baker. So it's 3-2. Rick Porcello against Michael Pineda in game 1 at Yankee Stadium at 7:05. Porcello pitching lights out, 5-0 at .276 earned run average. David Price goes Saturday afternoon, and Stephen Wright on Sunday night. He goes in with a 1.67 ERA. David Price 4-0.
I don't know how bad the Cincinnati Reds were last year. Frazier had 35 homers for him.
3-2 swung on and missed. Down he goes on strikes yet again. That is for the 5th time in the series.
35 homers last year and yet only 89 RBIs. Wow, there was nobody ever on base. Chases that high fastball. We've seen Ross use that to his advantage in this outing. He's running it up there too.
He is. He's hit 94, 95 with regularity. Becoming another valuable guy in a strong bullpen is Melky Cabrera. He has 2 hits. He's gone 2 for 4. Red Sox ahead 7-3. 2 down in the bottom of the 9th. The 1-0 pitch is fouled away at the plate. This is turning out to be a big show me series for the Boston Red Sox. They have shown a lot here. Robbie looking to end it on this cool night on the south side. Here comes the 1-1. Loop foul out of play, so they're down to their last strike. Red Sox hitting 3 home runs tonight. Dustin Pedroia in the first inning, Hanley Ramirez in the third inning, Jackie Bradley in the sixth inning. 1-2 the count, and here it comes from Ross. Ground ball to Pedroia, and that should do it. Up and over to first, and the Red Sox win the series. They win tonight 7-3, and they take the series 2-1. And for the first time this year, the Boston Red Sox are 6 games over 500. That's a season high, and TC heading to New York in first place.
How many walks finally?